I always
The footsteps that you're making.
Are you a pioneer? I always think about you in chaplaincy, and maybe it's naive, but chaplaincy in a school as a gay priest, for me, seems quite groundbreaking. And maybe that's our perception from the outside. And then I think about the change, having known you now 8, 9 years. It's been a huge change for you to go from that quite radical role to parish priest. That reflection as well of leading a congregation that you don't necessarily see yourself reflected in the same way, I think is also pioneering. And I think that's what lies behind Leo's question is, do you ground, or are you just following your vocation and it seems like the next step?
I mean, one of the things that I get frustrated by with in church parish context
That you're making.
Are you a pioneer? I always think about you in chaplaincy, and maybe it's naive,
you're making.
Are you a pioneer? I always think about you in chaplaincy, and maybe it's naive, but chaplaincy in a school as a gay priest, for me, seems quite groundbreaking. And maybe that's our perception from the outside. And then I think about the change, having known you now 8-9 years. It's been a huge change for you to go from that quite radical role to parish priest. That reflection as well of leading a congregation that you don't necessarily see yourself reflected in the same way, I think is also pioneering. And I think that's what lies behind Leo's question is, do you see yourself as breaking ground, or are you just following your vocation and it seems like the next step?
I mean, one of the things that I get frustrated by with in church parish context, I'm often told how young I am. I'm 47. When I was in school, I was one of the oldest members of staff in the school. So, a lot of teachers are in their early 20s. I had seniority that related both to my age, but also to my role in a school context. So, to a degree, I think it depends where you're starting from. From my point of view, I can't see a sort of justice or rationality behind the Church of England's present teaching on human sexuality and its failure to be more inclusive. But I'm aware that there are some other people around for whom the church has moved hugely and they can't quite get their head around how this fits with an unchanging and eternal God.
Just to bring, I think, both Leo and Charley's questions together, because I think Leo's talking about the pace of change and how you can have different perceptions of how fast or slow that is. And Charley asks specifically about your current role as a parish priest, as a gay man, and not necessarily seeing yourself reflected in that parish. I suppose one way to ask the question is, could you see yourself doing what you're doing now 10 years ago or 15 years ago in terms of being accepted by your parish? Or do you think it could have only happened in the last few years?
I think clergy tend to be more or less open and challenging depending on how they think they're going to be received and how they will feel able to minister. Turning the clock back to the 1960s, 1970s, clergy felt much more able to be open and challenging than they do now. Because really. So since the 1980s, particularly with Gene Robinson's consecration as bishop in New Hampshire, there's been a really major doubling down on teaching about human sexuality and gender, and this has been a global phenomenon. So one of the ironies of the church.
Welcome, everyone, to Liberal Judaism Biennial Breaking Down Walls 2021. We're on our last afternoon. If you've just joined us, I'll let you know what's about to come up in this next session and for the rest of the day. And if you've been with us for a long time, please take a very quick get up and walk and come back, because we're about to have guests for our next session here. Just to let you know what's happening now, we're going to have a session on prayer and liturgy and how it might intersect with justice work and inclusion. I'll say a bit more about that in one moment, but just to give you a sense of the rest of the day. So right now, we're going to have that session on prayer and liturgy, which I'm very excited to see in a moment. And then at 3, in an hour's time, there's 2 options. For the young people and the young at heart, we have Kef, fun, from Israel with Leo Beck Haifa. And we have at the same time at 3, Stephen Bush, from the Board of Deputies, on his report on racial inclusivity in the Jewish community. He's going to speak about that report with Tamara Joseph, chair of Finchley Progressive, and Rabbi Charley Baginskydiscussing, chief exec of Liberal Judaism. And then we only have 2 more sessions after that, our inclusion and action session, where in a Dragon's Den style manner, 3 judges, Sarah Alston, Kate Morose, and Owen Power, my co-chair of Biennial, are going to judge the pitches of 4 inclusion projects from 4 liberal Jewish communities who are going to present on what they would like to win money from from Liberal Judaism to enact as inclusion projects in their community. And finally, do not miss our closing session will be 4:45, Breaking Down Walls, a take-home, where there's going to be, I'll be reappearing as well as quite a few other people talking about the weekend, launching some projects, doing some takeaways, doing some celebration. It should be a lovely end to the whole shebang. And we'll have you out and hopefully having dinner by 6. So please stay with us for the next few hours. Just very quickly, what is happening now is a liberal Jewish liturgy, Breaking Down Walls. Professor Dalia Marx, Rabbi Lea Muehlstein, and Rabbi Elli Tikvah Sarah, who co-edited our new Liberal Jewish Siddur, and Rabbi Mark Solomon, who was also on that team and is a liberal rabbi in Britain, are going to be speaking about liberal Jewish liturgy. I'll hand it over to them.
Thank you, Leah, for the lovely introduction. I'm just going to take a moment to welcome you all. Good afternoon. It's wonderful that you're here for this conversation with us. We hope that this will be a conversation. Each of our speakers will speak for a short while, but then we do hope to engage in dialogue with you. So if you do have questions about our topic, then please post those questions in the chat so that we can pick them up later in our discussion part. Just to introduce myself first, for those who don't know me, I'm Rabbi Lea Muehlstein. I'm one of the rabbis at the Ark Synagogue, or some may know our synagogue under our previous name, Northwood and Pinner Liberal Synagogue, and I have the privilege of co-editing the new liturgy for Liberal Judaism together with Rabbi Elli Tikvah Sarah from our congregation in Brighton, and Rabbi Mark Solomon, a member of our editorial team, who's been really instrumental in the work of creating new liturgy. And joining us this afternoon is Rabbi Professor Dalia Marx from the Hebrew Union College in Jerusalem, herself co-editor of Liturgy, the new Israeli Reform prayer book. And if you look sort of in the corner behind me, then you can see a number of copies that I still have left on my shelf. So if you do want a copy and you don't know how to get hold of it, please get in touch with me and I'll be able to happily send out those copies. Apparently, they've run out in Israel, so you're lucky. In England, we haven't yet run out.
Maybe you can send us a few.
Maybe I can send some back. It was such a hassle to get them here. I don't think I'm sending them back. I'm keeping them for us. But it's really wonderful to welcome our speakers to what will hopefully be an exciting conversation. We're going to start by mostly focusing on feminine God language and why we feel that this is an important aspect of inclusion work and justice work, or maybe why we don't necessarily think that. Hopefully we'll have a little bit of a debate about the topic as well. But I'm going to first turn to Dalia, who will give us a little bit of a background on the topic from an academic perspective. She's a professor of liturgy, as well as a co-editor of liturgy, to provide us a little bit of an overview of the use of feminine God language in progressive Siddurim. So over to you, Dalia.
Thank you very much, Leah. Very happy to be with you today. I don't know if all of you know, but today is a Memorial Day in Israel because of the tragedy that happened in Meron last week, last Thursday night. And well, that brings to mind all kinds of questions of inclusion, but that's a different kind of discussion. Friends, we live in a really unprecedented time in terms of the inclusion of the feminine voice within liturgy, and it's very important because Judaism is a liturgical religion. Everything we want to say or express is done so through our rituals, through our prayers, through our services. What I would like to do now, in a very, very brief way, is to survey with you the different places where you can find gender-related language in the liturgy. Here, let me enlarge it. Okay. Do you see that? Okay. So gender and liberal or progressive liturgy, I think I can talk about 6 different layers or levels or aspects The first is the inclusive language referring to the worshippers, to the people, to the prayers. The second thing is the addition or the inclusion of female characters in our liturgy. I will demonstrate it very briefly in a second, each one of these items. Number 3 is what I would call multivocality. Number 4 is new rituals and new ritual opportunities. Number 5 is what we will focus today on, God language, and that will be the center of our discussion. I just want to lay out the map, as it were. And number 6 is new horizons when it comes to gender and liturgy. So the examples that I would like to show you are, most of them are taken from Tfilat Adam, the prayer that makes us human. This is how I like to translate the title. This is the new Israeli Reform Siddur that Rabbi Lea just showed you. So number 1, the inclusive language referring to worshippers. Obviously, this is more operative in Hebrew because Hebrew is highly gendered language. You can't basically say anything without referring to gender. So here I brought you a citation from Alenu Leshabeach, of course, a prayer that requires all kinds of a lot of other issues. That there are a lot of other issues that are included in this debate, but you can see the highlighted text, ואנחנו קוראים ומשתחווים ומודים, but also ואנחנו קוראות ומשתחוות ומודות. Therefore, we bend in male form and in female form our knees and bow in thanksgiving. So that's about the inclusive language referring to worshippers. Number 2 is the addition of female characters. Today, it seems so obvious that we add the names of the mothers next to the names of the fathers, the foremothers, and next to the male ancestors. But it wasn't like this until not so long ago. I remember in the late 80s, a very young and hip rabbi said to me in America, why do you need to include the mothers? If you talk about the fathers, it includes the mothers. I think today you wouldn't imagine a reform prayer book or a liberal prayer book that does not include the matriarchs. So this is one example. The second example is the invitation on Sukkot of the Ushpizin and Ushpizot, the divine guests. So it's not just the traditional male 7 male guests, but also 7 female guests. And I think this is also opens a whole window of creativity, because the 7 male guests are traditional, you find them in most traditional Siddurim. But who should be the 7 female guests that we invite to our Sukkah? Here I brought you what we decided to do in our Siddur, but of course you can think of other lists of women to invite. So this is number 2. Number 3 is multivocality. When I talk about multivocality, I refer to the fact that most of our prayers, most of our known prayers, were composed by men, redacted by men, transmitted by men, printed by men, used by men, and it was important for us to include all kinds of voices within the liturgy. So here you have in front of you the example from Marcia Falk, who's really one of the founding mothers of the gendered language in the prayer book. From her book, The Book of Blessings. This is the revised edition from 2017, but it's actually more than 20 years ago. And here you can see that she is proposing her own proposal for Alenu Leshabech, and we did our best to include many female voices from the East and from the West, all the new into the liturgy to make it more inclusive. So that's multivocality. Number 4 is new rituals and new ritual opportunities. So when I talk about that, of course, I mean not just bar mitzvah, but bat mitzvah, but that requires of us to think, what does it mean to have a bat mitzvah, right? Is it the same as bar mitzvah, but just with a pink talit, or is it completely something completely new? But then also new ritual opportunities, for marking and celebrating life, central life moments in women's life. So, for example, I just brought you a text from our book, Parashat HaMayim. That's a ritual that a young woman, I don't know, a girl, I think it's a girl, 13, it's too young to be a young woman, but anyway, who just got her first menstruation, and this is a immersion ritual for her and for the mother figures in her family. So that's one opportunity that we have here. There are many examples, just a quick survey here. And of course, what we want to concentrate today, that's what we call God language. That's the most controversial aspect, at least where I come from in this country, in Israel. We keep saying that God does not have a body and does not have a shape, and is not neither male or female or both. Maybe God is all genders, and yet when we talk about God, traditionally, we talk about a father, we talk about a king, we talk about a shepherd, a judge, etc. What about increasing or making the God language more inclusive, knowing that there really is no adequate way to talk about God? So just to give you one example of many, in our Siddur, we included Modeh Ani. So you can see Modeh and Moda, both in male and female, but we also wanted to address the divinity in different forms. So you have mother of all, spring of life, spirit of everything, creator of all, etc. This is just an example. So it's not just male versus female, but it's just increasing the metaphorical language that we use in talking about God. And this is the morning blessings. I'm sorry I don't have a translation yet, but you can see that we have different ways to address the God. This is by Rabbi Levi Kelman and by Rabbi Mayan Turner. So Nevarech et Mekor Chayenu, the source of our lives, or Tzur Yeshuatenu, the rock of our salvation, or Ein HaChaim, the source of life, or the spring of life, etc. So different ways to address the divine. As you can see, this is in the blue font that we use in our Siddur for new and alternative text, and God knows what will happen in the subsequent editions. Will it become part of the canon and it will be printed in the normal, as it were, font as part of the main liturgy, or it will remain something that is aside the general liturgy? I want to remind you that in Israel, at least, we operate in a much more traditional and conservative low-case society. But we really wanted to include that. So that's what I wanted to share with you. And I will conclude by saying that when we talk about God language, we basically talk about three things, I think, that operate differently in different societies or contexts. One of them is you try to be gender neutral. That is to say, neither male nor female, to try to speak in a general language. The second is to be gender balanced. So if you have male attribution of God, you want to include also female attributions of God. And the third is gender inclusive. Try to see how you can use a language that is not just a binary kind of way of talking about God, but something that is more diverse. So I think in the United States, at least, the just way or the appropriate way is to try to be gender neutral. This is not possible in Hebrew. That's why we try to be gender balanced or gender inclusive. But of course, there are different ways of addressing it. The last thing that we won't be talking about now is New Horizons. Even the name of this panel that we have here would not go through smoothly, I think in North America, when they don't talk about feminine aspects of the divine, but they talk about all genders, or not necessarily binary approach to gender and sex. But times will tell. I think in Israel, we're definitely not quite there yet, but I'm not sure where you are in the UK, and I can't wait to hear. So that's what I wanted to share with you in a nutshell. Toda rabba.
Thank you, Dalia, for this beautiful overview. It's really been very, very helpful, I think, to frame our conversation, and I'm sure we're going to come back to a number of the things you've raised, and I see there's questions already coming in. So please do keep your questions coming in. Don't worry, they won't disappear. We'll still see the list, so we can still come to them after our other presenters have spoken. So I want to turn to Mark now, who's going to talk a little bit about the use of feminine God language and our topic from the perspective of being an author, a creator of New Liturgy. So Mark, thank you for joining us, and over to you.
Thank you, Lea, and thank you, Dalia, for a marvelous presentation. Really exciting and lovely to hear what's happening in Israel. Here in the UK, Lea and Ellie will tell us more about the wider issues of creating a new liberal liturgy, building on what we have from our wonderful liturgists of the past, Rabbi John Rayner, Rabbi Andrew Goldstein, and many others. But I just want to give you a couple of specific examples. Those who have been following Liberal Judaism for the last 3 or 4 years will remember the introduction of our experimental draft Shabbat morning service with wonderful new prayers. And we've now been working on the Friday evening service. And I want to share with you 3 examples of particular prayers, blessings that I've been working on and have trialed both amongst my fellow rabbis and in my own congregations, Edinburgh, Leicester and Manchester at the moment, online, of course, and highlight a few of the issues. So I'm going to try to share my PowerPoint. There we are. Now, I know that might come up quite small for you. If you put on full screen, it might improve things a bit. And I apologize for those, especially if you're on a small device, for whom this is simply too small to read. I do apologize for that. Before I get onto the feminine God language, I want to highlight another aspect of what I think of as a kind of liturgical justice, an issue that is very much to the fore at the moment in some of our discussions, which is liturgy that caters for those whose concept of God is not the traditional personal God of theism, the God who is usually spoken of in Jewish liturgy in very personal and indeed hierarchical terms. And so this is an experimental blessing for the Friday evening service, or any evening service indeed, the first of the Shema blessings, which focuses on creation. As you'll see, one of the names of God that we've used is Havaya at the beginning, Nevarechet Havaya, translated here as the ground of being. Havaya is a rearrangement of the letters of Yod He Vav He, the divine name that is very popular in the Jewish mystical tradition, the Shem Havaya, the name of being or of creation. And this seems to me to be a way of expressing a more pantheistic, panentheistic concept of God. So focusing now on the translation, I've tried to present here in this blessing a more impersonal concept of God, which I think matches many people's theology at the moment, including my own, I have to confess. So God not as sovereign of the universe out there, but the intelligence and order that fill all of nature, the laws by which evening twilight falls, the wisdom we perceive in the motions of the heavens. So it's speaking about nature itself and the laws of nature as an expression of a creative force, a creative energy that we as Jews acknowledge as the one unique divine that there is. So we bless, it concludes, Nevarechet Kavod HaTeva, we bless the glory of nature, which brings on the evening. This is all work in progress. Moving on, I don't know if I can do it from this screen. Yes, I can. No, I can't. Okay, forgive me while I switch to my next slide. This is Ahavat Olam, the next blessing in the evening service, which is about God's love expressed in giving us the Torah. And here we have more explicitly feminine language, speaking of God as Shekhinah, as the indwelling presence, which in the Kabbalistic tradition is understood as the feminine aspect or persona of God. But what I've tried to capture here are two things. The idea, firstly, that it's not that God is a being out there loving us, which is the traditional concept that God loves us and we love God back, but rather that God is the love itself. God is that connective force that connects us as Jews with one another, connects us with our sense of the divine, so that God becomes the love itself rather than the lover. And another point here in the translation I've tried to capture, arranged a little bit like a poem here, Ahavat Olam. It's usually translated with everlasting love, and that's certainly one of its meanings. But I like to try to capture the many nuances of Hebrew. So olam can also mean age old. Zechor yomot olam. Remember the days of old, it says in Deuteronomy. So an age old love that has been there for so many generations. Olam is also the universe, the cosmos, so a cosmic love. And in the mystical tradition, the Kabbalists understand olam as he'elam, which means concealment, that God is concealed within this world. We do not see God, apparently, when we look out at the material world. So that love is also a hidden love. And one more little detail here. We have the chukim and mishpatim. We meditate on God's laws and statutes. But I tried to capture in translating chukim the traditional rabbinic idea that chukim, the statutes, means those laws that have no immediately apparent rational cause. And so I've translated it as inscrutable decrees, I think. Yes, and the idea of nasiach b'chukecha, which is usually translated, we will reflect on, or your decrees. I've translated it as debate, because a sicha can also be a conversation, and as Jews, we like debating the decrees, which are often inscrutable to us. I want to move on swiftly to my final example, and for this I will go back into my PowerPoint and shift the slide. I'm sure there's a proper technical way of doing it that I don't know. And this is the final blessing of the Shema blessings, the blessing, the prayer for a safe and peaceful night and for peace in the world. And here too, I've put it in feminine Shekhinah language, but I've taken even more liberties with the Hebrew text here. So Shekhinah here is not so much Eloheinu, our God, but Nechamatenu, our comforter, our consolation. This is a prayer for a safe night, and I made my thoughts here about going to bed, even though when we say it in shul, it's several hours before we go to bed, but it's a prayer for a good night's sleep. So I've tried to evoke the imagery of getting under the covers and hoping that we'll sleep well. And many of us have difficult thoughts, depressing thoughts, troubling thoughts, stopping us sleeping. So I've tried to capture the idea of our hope, our prayer for a good night's sleep. One of the key images in this blessing is Sukkot Shalom, God's tabernacle of peace, as it's traditionally rendered, God's shelter of peace. But in the light of the going to bed imagery, I've taken the liberty of translating it as coverlet of peace, evoking the idea of a duvet, but duvet would be a bit informal for a service. So a coverlet, which has the sukkah idea of a covering, but in the more intimate sense of what covers us during the night. Now, one of the images here is Ki'el, in the traditional liturgy, Ki'el Chanun V'Rachum Ata, for you are a merciful and compassionate God. very traditional and beautiful language, for you are compassionate and merciful God. I've changed ale to aim. We have this one or two other places in our experimental liturgy. It's quite neat that it sounds like ale, but it means mother, of course. I know not everybody is comfortable with that mother imagery, so some people might be less comfortable with this at first. Perhaps people will become more familiar. We're used to calling God Father. Why not Mother as well, as Dalia said earlier? It has Chanun v'Rachum. Now, Rachum, compassionate or merciful, is related to the word Rechem, which means a womb. Compassion is related in that way semantically to the feeling of a mother for the child of her womb. And so I've translated Ruchuma here as somewhat loosely as, may your soft wings envelop us so we repose in you as in a mother's womb, protective, nourishing, warm and compassionate, capturing the nuances of many of the Hebrew words there. Now, I won't go into further detail now because because Ellie is awaiting, but I hope that's given you a little insight into how I personally, and I know many of us, go about thinking deeply into the words of the prayers to try to bring out as much meaning and as many alternative meanings as possible, to include both as many people and as many sort of religious and theological perspectives as we can. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Mark, and really a fascinating insight into what sometimes is quite a hidden feature of liturgy, I think, where when you receive a prayer book and you just look at the words and you look at the translation, it's not always clear that the words that are chosen, the many connections between the words that are chosen in one language and a text, and how it communicates one with the other. And I remember we had a wonderful session at a Liberal Judaism Kala, rabbinic Kala, where we rabbis came together, where we explored the challenge of translation as well. Of, you know, it's one thing to do it in the Hebrew, but also in the translation. So thank you very much for that. That's at least one challenge that Dalia didn't have to face, the challenge of translation. But of course, we've also been able to explore that as a fudge in the past. But so thank you so much, Mark. I want to hand over to my co-editor Ellie now to speak a little bit from an editorial perspective about our thinking about feminine God language, but language in general that we chose in the Siddur, and what role it plays in kind of the wider conversation and the wider principles that we had about the Siddur. So Ellie, over to you.
Say huge thank you to Dalia for that wonderful overview, which was so fantastic, and then this marvelous, very particular presentation, giving us a real sense of what we're talking about when we're doing something new with liturgy. And obviously I'm talking from an editor's perspective, and one of the things I'm very conscious of is that in the previous prayer books of Liberal Judaism, great store has been sort of placed on everything being consistent language. The previous prayer book, Siddur Lev Chadash, is a wonderful, wonderful prayer book. And in it, everything is consistently presented. And what we're doing now and thinking about where we're going with developing our liturgy is, and something that Dalia mentioned just before, is about being multivocal. And what do we mean by something being multivocal is that it speaks in many voices. And why would we mainly want to do that? Because we have a sense also that our community is multivocal, that we no longer have assumptions about that we're all in exactly the same page, the same place, that actually we're coming from different places and we have different perspectives. And that's really important. So we want our new prayer book to reflect the many voices that are in the movement, all the different ways in which individuals, couples, families engage as liberal Jews today. And as Dalia pointed out, you know, the liturgy is at the heart of Jewish life. It's at the center of everything we do. So we want that liturgy to speak to us today. And in terms of I just want us to return us to that initial draft, which is the only one so far that everybody has seen and has been sent to all the synagogues, the draft Shabbat morning service, that this multivocalness has been expressed in a variety of ways. So first of all, that when you open a double page of the Siddur, you see, apart from the prayer itself and its transliteration and its the Hebrew and English, obviously, is that there are also additional poems and readings on the page which reflect on the same theme but with very different voices. We've also done something which is, obviously has been an issue of controversy, and which is that have different translations for the same things. So translate the Hebrew in different ways. So one of the reasons for doing this is because actually Hebrew is a very condensed language. It's much shorter than English. In English, we multiply words. In Hebrew, we tend to repeat words. But to bring out the inflection of the Hebrew by actually giving a variety of translations of the same thing. So you can't go to the Siddur and just say, I want to know what this word means, and I'm going to be given the exact translation, because in fact we've used multi-translations, and so some of them are very close and are more literal, and some of them are much more creative, which Mark has just demonstrated with the particular examples he showed us. And then of course there's the inclusion of both feminine and masculine Hebrew, and as Dalia pointed out, Hebrew is a gendered language. Now I noticed that there's a question about, there is a project for trying to create kind of non-binary gendered Hebrew, and that's a very important project. I don't know, that might be the next prayer book after this one. I'm not sure whether we're going to be able to do that. It'd be wonderful if there was a way in which we could incorporate some non-gendered Hebrew. But we are dealing with a gendered language, and when we are dealing with a gendered language, however familiar this masculine Hebrew is to us, and however much it might be, well, that's just how it says, I know what that means, that's familiar on my tongue. The fact is that's male gendered language. So we're wanting to be multivocal. So in the spirit of being multivocal, we've introduced feminine language, and Mark has shown you some examples of that. Now, what's interesting also about, if we reflect on the journey of the liturgy, in the past, changes regarding, for example, God language and the language of the liturgy have tended to be sequential. So we had prayer book that was all about these and thous, and then became using yous, a more sort of modern kind of referencing. We've gone from gendered translations like King and Lord to, in Siddur Lev Chadash, non-gendered translations, Sovereign and Eternal One. And these have all been kind of sequential developments over quite a long period of time. But what we're doing in the draft Shabbat morning service is we're not following a sequential movement. We're actually, in the spirit and in the intention of being multivocal, we're actually got masculine Hebrew and feminine Hebrew. We've included both. And so we've got a variety of ways of addressing God. And actually this is not only because we want to reflect the multivocal nature of the community, the fact that we expand so many different voices within our community, but we also want to acknowledge, and Dalia mentioned this, it's a terribly important point, that of course we know that God is utterly beyond. The Kabbalists refer to God as Ein Sof, beyond the end. We cannot actually capture God in our limited human language or in our limited human brains. We can't do it. And there are so many wonderful, beautiful indications of that. We only have to go back to the Torah, to Exodus chapter 3 in the first parasha Shmot, to verse 14, where Moses is desperate to say, well, if I'm going to go back to Egypt, who am I going to say sent me? And gets this totally elusive reply. Well, tell them that Eher Asher Eher has sent you. And we can't even say that. It's beyond, to say is so non-consonantal. We can barely say it. If we translate it, it's either I am that I am, or I will be what I will be. But it is beyond, and it's the Torah getting to the edge of language to express this utterly beyondness. And of course, that is the first person future of the verb to be, and our Yud He Vav He is an ancient form of that same verb. So in fact, when previous prayer book uses the word eternal for Yud He Vav He, actually that's the closest one gets to the actual kind of sense of the meaning of that word. So what we're trying to do is, with this, in this introduction of feminine God language, and is not only to be multivocal to reflect the community, but actually to make it much more possible for us to acknowledge that God is beyond all these various linguistic ways in which we might address God. And within that, I just wanted to refer to a couple of examples, one of which Mark has given, and it's a very important one. So I'm going to start with that second one of referring to God, Nivarech et ein hachayim, let us bless the source of life, as understanding that for some of us, the understanding we have of the eternal, what is utterly beyond, is not personal. It's an acknowledgement of something that is a force in the universe. For others, it will be personal. And so the sort of, we've got one page with a very personal way of addressing God. Brucha at Shekhinah makor hayenu. Blessed are you, divine present source of our lives. A very immediate sense, which is in the feminine, but a very immediate sense of God's divine presence, the presence with us. And then we have a nivarech, this ein hachayim, this notion of the beyond, the let us bless the source of life that is not capturable, that's not near us. And by addressing God in this way, we are, in a sense, acknowledging the issue. We're acknowledging that we're dealing with something that, in a sense, at this moment of prayer, more than at any other time, maybe, we can actually not only be in a position where, I need to pray, I'm going to speak to God today, but actually acknowledge that when we're doing that, God isn't something we can capture. And so that's what the liturgy is trying to do. And I just want to add something else, as I've just retired 32 years in the rabbinate and 20 years at Brighton Hove Progressive Synagogue. And one of my things that have really influenced me in how I approach liturgy is just working with people. And it's really interesting with our young people, the way we teach them is we don't actually introduce them to really learning to read Hebrew until a year before their bar, bat, or b mitzvah, non-gendered bar mitzvah. So what's interesting is that when they're learning to read Hebrew, and we've been using for 3 years this draft service, the feminine Hebrew and the masculine Hebrew are equally, challenging. They're learning both of them at the same time. And so for them, there is no additional challenge of learning feminine Hebrew. They're absolutely identical. When they're leading their services, they're doing both prayers as if both of them are things that they've really had to sort of get under their belt and sort of find a way of being able to, I'm leading the service, I've got to be able to do this. And so this really is an issue around familiarity, is how do we get to a point that the older, the more masculine language that we're so familiar with, that we can actually get to a point where the feminine language becomes more familiar. And there's no way we can avoid it. The fact is, the only way it's going to become familiar is if we use it. So that's the challenge for all of us, is to use all this language to find a way of engaging with it, so that it becomes our language. And in becoming our language, it actually then is this multivocal. We are actually then embracing everyone. And hopefully in time, yes, we'll take on non-gendered Hebrew language, non-binary gendered Hebrew language as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And as I was listening to you, Ellie, it occurred to me that probably one of the keys to this multivocality is also the fact that we, as an editorial team, bring quite different theological visions to the conversation. I'm very much an old-fashioned liberal theist, monotheist. I'm a strong believer in ethical monotheism, and I don't find myself very much in the words of the Nevarech et ein hachayim, but I think that is the power of a prayer book, right? That certain prayers resonate and confirm our views, and we really find ourselves at ease, and other things challenge us to question if maybe our beliefs are really steadfast as they are, or how else we might look at this eternal conversations that we as Jews have engaged in. So thank you so much, Ellie, for that perspective. I want to add one perspective from my own perspective and I think it's also responding a little bit to some of the things that have been happening in the chat about the beauty of the Hebrew language. I know in the Zoom chat room there were some wonderful comments about the biblical Hebrew language being alive as a living language as well as a question about reception. And I think one of the things that we are engaging with with the new liturgy of liberal Judaism is that we wanted to bring the Jew in the pew into the conversation about honest conversation about what we actually say. So one of the comments we had when we put out the first draft was, well, isn't this a step backwards? Because actually we were gender neutral and now you're trying to force us back into some artificial gender binary. And I think what we're saying is, well, we're letting you in on the conversation. We're trying to empower you to be part of that conversation, to realize quite that actually no, the image of God that we have in Siddur Lev Chadash, if you just look at the Hebrew text, is a very masculine image, and it's not a very multivocal image of God. So I think that's one important aspect. I think the other important aspect is, and I'm currently doing a lot of thinking about this, the question of beyond egalitarianism. I think we are, as liberal Judaism, we've truly arrived at a time where nobody is questioning anymore that we should be egalitarian. Nobody is really seriously questioning that women should be rabbis, although there are a few Jews in the pews every so often, but not really seriously that girls should have the same rights as boys, that we should be responsive to those who don't define in binary genders. But actually, we still continue to silence women's voices quite a lot. If a few years ago I did a straw poll of colleagues of asking them to count how many women they had cited in their Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur sermons, and it was quite shockingly, not quite surprising, but quite shocking. It was amongst Reform and Liberal colleagues, including in the United States, how many people, including how many women rabbis, had not quoted a single woman in their sermons. And part of that is our education, right? We haven't actually gone beyond egalitarianism in even training our rabbis, that we are familiar with lots of women scholars, which means it's much more complicated if you're trying to take women. If you're trying to quote women, you need to be familiar with the fantastic women scholars that are teaching. But a lot of it is also that we all got so accustomed to women's absence, and we don't notice women's absence. And I think for me, this is one of the reasons why it's so important in the prayer book, because there is simply no other text that the regular shul-going committed Jew picks up more often the same words over and over again than the prayer book. It doesn't even happen for Torah, right? Torah we read in a cycle. Liturgy, we read the same text, or more or less the same text, every time we come to pray. And if we don't find women and we don't recognize women there, it's much easier to become accustomed to not looking out, to not realizing the absence. And I think it is the challenge for us as liberal Jews today. I want us to look a little bit at some of the now I'm going to read big, and I'm just about to come back to the other conversation. Don't worry. People know what I look like, I think, even if I'm a little bit smaller on the screen. But I want to talk a little bit about pick up a question by Sarah Newman, which was posed in the chat on Zoom, who says she's very interested in hearing all the thought around the multivocal idea, and she's glad that feminine language is being included, but she's a bit concerned about the accessibility of all of this. It takes a while to learn all of this, and we all know at the moment when we say it together, Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, before it goes quiet, because it repeats, we remember it. Is there not a challenge of accessibility when we change the words, and especially change the words to songs? And although she does point out that Rabbi Elli made the point about young people already. So I don't know if any of you want to respond to that, or if Dalia wants to say a few words about the question about Hebrew language beyond the binary. There's, by the way, a fantastic Hebrew project about a font, which we might explore, about a font which you can read in both both feminine and masculine. But maybe if any of you want to respond either to this question about is it actually a challenge of accessibility, or talk about the non-binary. I can see Ellie is taking herself off mute, so I'll come to you, Ellie, first.
No, actually, I was taken off mute, so I've only just spoken, so I'm very happy for Dalia or Mark to speak and for me to come in afterwards. That's fine.
Dalia, over to you, and then I'll come to Mark.
There's just so much great insights that I heard from you and the questions here. I'm not sure where to go. With the question about the non-binary language, I think we're not quite there, not where I come from. This is very difficult in Hebrew. We try our best. In the instructions of the Siddur, we did make sure that it's not the general male, you use the indifferent male form to talk about everybody. Yeah, so we avoided that. We used language that is a little bit less comfortable, like nahugle instead of nohagim. But hopefully, as Ellie was suggesting, with time, people will get used to it. What I'm saying to my students when they insist on non-binary language, I tell them we have a bigger fish to fry, at least in Israel. We have 50% of the population that is not included in the, as you said, Leah, in the conversation, in the ritual, in everything that has to do with spiritual life. Women singing has become an issue. Even in my own neighborhood, pictures of women are being torn and destroyed. So before we get to the non-binary, I feel that we still have a lot of work to do when it comes to women's language. So this is something that I feel very passionate about. To what Andrew said, the Hebrew in that sense is the means, but it's also the goal. So we are really working in the language. And I disagree with you a little bit, dear Leah. I think the translation is a great help that we cannot be using, right? You can use an ideologically adequate translation to issues that are difficult in the Hebrew. We cannot do that. We cannot go around that. Maybe that's why so many Israelis cannot see themselves in the synagogue or in the prayer book. This is why we have to really widen the liturgical language for them. But then when we widen the liturgical language for them, they don't recognize it because it doesn't look like what they know. So I think that in Israel we live in this tension that I think is a very fruitful one. Yeah. So much more to say, but I want to give room to my colleagues here. I just want to put in the chat the website, the part in my website where I talk about gender and liturgy. A lot of it is in Hebrew, but quite a bit about it is in English. So you're more than welcome to join us. And the Siddur will be hopefully translated to other languages. Now we're working on Hebrew-English version for Shabbat that I hope will be a resource for you, or you have your own Siddur, but maybe it will be a resource for you. French, I'm not aware of any attempts, but God willing, and everybody's welcome to help us with this. תודה רבה, חברים.
Thank you. Mark, over to you.
Thank you. I'm not sure I have a huge amount to add. I agree with Ellie that it's about practice, about becoming familiar, and for us as rabbis, it's a big challenge to do that education in an appropriate way with our communities and gently introduce people and encourage people. My hope is that if people get used to saying Brucha at Shechina or Nevarechet en Hayim, that will somehow also revivify, bring back to life for them traditional phrases, Baruch atah Adonai, that might have become stale from repetition. You don't need to think about what it means. And now, because you have alternatives, suddenly you think, what is Baruch atah Adonai saying? And of course, there are many deep philosophical and mystical levels to that. So that's one thing. But another, to address another bit of Sarah's question, one of the other issues of inclusiveness and of justice, therefore, which we haven't referred to, perhaps because it's so obvious now, is that of transliteration. There's been a big debate for many years about should we or shouldn't we have transliteration in the Siddur, and worthy arguments against it, but I think the arguments for it, for enabling people to participate more fully without embarrassment or difficulty in liturgy, particularly in singing with the congregation, has been the main argument. And once the unfamiliar feminine forms, and some of them are quite unfamiliar, even to someone like me who loves Hebrew grammar, when they're transliterated, that I think also will help people sort of get used to it. And even people who might not need to look at the transliteration, I think, will find that a helpful sort of nurse, as it were, into the unfamiliar forms of words.
Wonderful, thank you. I'm just getting the signal that we have 5 minutes left in total, so that basically gives each one of us a very short moment to say a few words. But I'm going to give Ellie a few more short moments because she very kindly passed earlier on responding. So I think I'm going to first go to Ellie, and then to Dalia, then to Mark, and then I'm going to wrap up for us. Ellie, over to you.
Thank you, Lea. Yeah, I suppose I just want to just reinforce what Mark just said, which is just have a go. I mean, in this introduction of this new liturgy, we have found a lot of resistance, and there's no question that if you only take something off the shelf and use it, once every 2 months, and it's just not going to be familiar. It's going to be, oh no, that's really hard to do. And connecting that to the transliteration, again, as Mark said, use the transliteration. It's, we've made it kosher. It's directly alongside the Hebrew. Use it to have the words in your mouth. And what is more, sing as much as you can. And I'm sure that singing, Michal Kelet to the same tune of Michal Kale gets the language, but you have to do it. And I think my congregation is not special. It just has used this liturgy every single week for 3 years. And so now everybody is familiar with it. It's just, that's how it happens. So I just want just to encourage, and I hope this session has encouraged everyone to just give it a go, become familiar, and we'll all go on this journey together, and we will produce a multivocal siddur. Thanks.
Thank you. Dalia.
Well, I wanna echo what Ellie was saying. I think we live in an extraordinary time, and things are moving on very rapidly, and we're learning new languages. And what I want us to, from all of us, is to be attentive to all needs. I see some angry chat notes here. We have to be attentive to all needs, and we have to be attentive to everything that is coming up at our table. And we have to be patient with each other, because people are moving in different paces. People have different temperaments. People have different needs. And we have to, in order to include everybody, we have to listen to everybody, and we have to do it with loving heart. Yes, that's what I think we have to do. And try not to be judgmental, but in a conversation with each other. And yes, we are really in an incredible time in that sense. Things that we're talking about today, we wouldn't even imagine. I'm not talking about 100 years ago, and I'm not talking about 10 years ago. I'm talking about 3 years ago. So this is really exciting, and let us cherish this moment.
Thank you, Mark. We have 1 minute, sorry, just to make sure.
Rabbi Lea Jordan, who's looking in the background, has asked, are there other issues that we need to reframe? And I suggested earlier, beyond gender and God language. And I suggested earlier that that different kinds of theology, theistic, pantheistic, non-theistic, perhaps also need to be something we think about. And I'm sure there will be other issues of justice, of reflecting social structures. Obviously, Melech HaOlam, a traditional king language, even if we translate it inclusively as sovereign, is something that many people might find alienating and unacceptable. So there are all kinds of levels at which we need to either explain what we already do or find new ways of doing it.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we've come to the end of our time. I think my answer to our colleague Rabbi Leah Jordan would be, yes, we have lots of other issues, but you only allowed us 50 minutes to talk about liturgy today. And I'm sure the four of us would love to come together to talk about inclusion in other ways. There's some really interesting work in the new Israeli Siddur around inclusion of liturgy that's not just from an Ashkenazi perspective, but also different traditions. And I think that's also a very, very important aspect, of course, that is worthwhile discussing. It's not because we're not thinking about it, it's just because we are rabbis and we like to talk. So thank you for listening to us. We look forward to having many more conversations together with you. I'm sure most of you know how to get hold of us. We're very happy to hear from all of you and to engage in this conversation going forward. So thank you so much for being with us, for debating with us, and thank you to the Biennial team for hosting us.
Good afternoon, everybody. What an amazing session. And like so many of our sessions, I feel like we need to have another biennial straight after this so that we can have the next conversation that seems to come out of them. Have you been enjoying the biennial, Rebecca?
It's been great, and thank you for inviting me backstage briefly to say hi to everyone, Rabbi Charley. Yeah, it's been really good. It's been fascinating, intellectually stimulating, challenging. I'm sure we'll have some things to follow up on our next podcast episode as well. But yeah, I've been popping in and out because, as you know, I've been otherwise engaged part of the weekend. But yeah, it's been great. Really interesting.
Part of the reason for bringing you on, Rebecca, is to introduce people who may not have seen your face and have only heard your voice on the podcast Do You Know What? Alongside the person we don't often see his face but know of his work, the great Leo Muehlstein.
Yeah, but he's always skulking around behind the scenes, isn't he?
He absolutely is. So thank you so much. And we're now going to go into our next session, one that we're really, really glad to be able to introduce. And we're really delighted that both, of course, Tamara Joseph, the chair of Finchley Progressive Synagogue, is with us, but also that Stephen Bush is with us today. And so over to you, Tamara, to introduce our next session.
Well, hello, everybody. As Charley just said, I'm Tamara Joseph. I'm the chair of Finchley Progressive Synagogue and also of FPS's Anti-Racism and Racial Justice Committee. And I'm absolutely delighted that we're able to welcome Stephen Bush here today. He's the political editor of The New Statesman, and he's the chair of the Board of Deputies Commission on Racial Inclusivity in the Jewish Community, whose long-awaited report was just published 10 days ago. So we're so lucky to have you with us right now, Stephen. Before we get going, I wanted to address a question which I imagine may be in the back of the minds of some of our audience members, which is, what am I doing here as a white woman having this conversation with Stephen? So I wanted to let you know that I'm here at the invitation of Liberal Judaism's Action Group on Black Jews and Jews of Colour Inclusivity in Liberal Judaism. The Action Group were really strongly of the view that this can't just be a conversation between Jews of colour, and it's for those of us who have positions of leadership in our communities now to really grapple with this report, understand its implications, and make sure that we implement the recommendations as quickly as possible. There are 119 recommendations in this report, and they set out a really clear programme of practical action that we can take to improve the situation of Jews of colour in our communities now. And I really hope that this session is going to help us to start on that process. So I want to try and maintain a focus on practical questions and some of the challenges of implementation. And that's also why Charley's been invited to join us here today, so that we can use this discussion also to hold ourselves to account as a movement, as Liberal Judaism, and make sure that we are holding that space as leaders both in our synagogues and Liberal Judaism as well. So first of all, Stephen, welcome to Biennial. We're so lucky to have you with us to talk to us with the report literally hot off the press. Congratulations on the completion of this huge and daunting undertaking. I guess my first question for you is, how are you? What have the last 10 days been like? And what's the reception of the report been like so far?
Well, thank you very much for having me. It's been very strange in a way, partly because for about the last month before, I'd sort of entered this period of not being able to talk about it. And it's been both very freeing but very strange to suddenly be able to go, well, look, I've said this and I've said this for this reason, or to actually talk about the content of it in a way where I'm not continually having to be cagey. So the overwhelming experience for the last 10 days has been this sense of freedom. And also I've been really moved and blown away by the largely positive response, and also the very thoughtful responses it's attracted from, brilliant piece in the Jewish Chronicle by David Abelafia this week, brilliant piece on Do You Think by Lara Monroe, both of whom agree with parts of it and disagree with other parts of it, but in a very constructive and thoughtful manner. So I think the response to it has been very good. And one of the things I wanted to sort of chip in at this point and say is I think it's hugely positive that you are here as a leader for precisely that reason that your working group has said. That one of the things I think we've modeled very well as a community is we haven't done this thing that both parties are doing now, where they go, oh, diversity, oh, well, we've got a black woman who does that. And they can sort of have a fight, and it's good political theatre, but actually it's the responsibility of leaders to lead on all issues, including this issue. And I think it's fantastic that across the community, our leaders are leading, rather than them just going, oh, it's fine, we've got a black person who handles that stuff.
Well, absolutely. And I think we might come back later in this session to think about what some of the problems might be with white Jews who are overrepresented in our leadership structures, taking responsibility for leading on this, though, what the pros and the cons are and the difficulties of that situation. But I can absolutely see why the reception of this report has been so positive. It feels like a really potentially groundbreaking, historic moment of change for the Jewish community. I think this is the first time that any national representative body of any Jewish community has conducted such a comprehensive sort of self-analysis about discrimination and racism within the community, and perhaps also the first time that any cultural or ethnic minority community has done so anywhere in the world. But this clearly is not, the publication of this report does not feel like a moment for self-congratulation or for pride. It really documents the ways in which, as a community, we have discriminated against our fellow Jews on the basis of race, ethnicity, and national origin. And it's really clear that we're still in that space now, that we are doing that now, and that unless we commit to necessary changes, we'll continue to do so. But the report seems like an achievement in and of itself. And the first achievement of the report, it seems to me, is that it's really a remarkable act of witness. It's rooted in extensive witness testimony. These painful and distressing stories have been heard. They've been collected together and they've been told publicly. And we can never again say that we didn't know. One of your key recommendations in the report is that our institutions should conduct regular listening exercises ourselves. And you've paid tribute to the courage and the frankness of the witnesses who came forward, and also said very frankly that the process of giving evidence may have been very distressing or uncomfortable, painful for them, and that more thought could have been given to supporting witnesses in the process. So I wonder if you can say a little bit about why listening is so important now for us in our institutions, how you would approach it differently yourself now if you were starting at the beginning, and what we can do, not just to encourage our members to tell us about their experiences, but to prepare ourselves properly so that when they do, we're equipped both to provide them with the support that they may need and also to respond constructively.
That's a really good question. So to me, I think the listening exercises there are 114 recommendations. They're all good, but to me, the closest to my heart are these recommendations that organisations have regular listening exercises, because firstly, I hope that the report itself demonstrates, and if you don't go out and seek witness testimony and you don't go out and seek complaints, then no organization can improve solely from sort of proactive leadership, or indeed solely from what it hears in terms of people who just come in and proactively complain, right? We see this with the New Statesman as a magazine. The reader feedback we get spontaneously from people emailing saying, I loved this article, I hated this article, you know, give Stephen Bush a bath made of gold, sack Stephen Bush, is very different to the much more considered, but sometimes stuff which shows that we really have got something wrong as a magazine, than the stuff we get when we proactively survey our readers. And I think one of the things that this exercise showed me is that there was stuff which only came out through the process of having this listening exercise and to listening to people. But as you say, one of the things I acknowledge in the report is I think I was about to do this very weasel word of going we, and I mean I, and that in of itself is the way I need to model better accountabilities. I don't think I gave sufficient thought to the fact that you're essentially asking people to talk about, in some cases, very painful experiences over a very long time, something which they might have had to move synagogue because they something that they might have stopped coming to synagogue because of. And then at the end of them, sorry, I'm going to remove one of the headphones so that I can hear myself slightly better. And then at the end of this process, we were kind of just sort of metaphorically shunting them out of the testimony and going, okay, well, you've dug up this difficult process and on you go. And I think one of the things that, obviously I did this wholly voluntarily, but I think the thing I would do differently if we did it again is make sure that we had specific mental health support for people to talk to someone after about the process of giving evidence, for them to go, look, you've had to dig up this quite difficult thing. It then sort of goes into this sealed black box for the best part of a year. And for someone to talk to them about the process of giving witness, I think then that would have hugely improved the process and been much better pastoral care than this kind of thank you for your testimony, okay, thanks, bye approach that we ended up, again, I've used that weasel word, then I ended up going for in the end.
Well, listening to you talk about that, I'm also thinking about the impact that there must have been on you of hearing all this testimony. And I'm tempted to ask you a sort of personal question. I know when you were first invited to chair the board, you had said you say that you wondered whether you were either black enough or Jewish enough, that you hadn't directly experienced racial discrimination in the community, that you're not an observant Jew. And in the process of compiling the report and chairing the commission, you've heard all of this painful personal evidence about instances of racism and discrimination. And you've also been deeply immersed in aspects of Jewish community that might not otherwise have come your way. And I'm thinking in particular about the time that you've clearly spent with religious Jews and rabbis and faith leaders. And I wonder what the impact has been on you, and in particular on your understanding of yourself as a Jew. Do you feel differently Jewish?
Yeah, I do feel differently Jewish as a result. I mean, one of the things which is always odd, I think at least, about being mixed race is that your identity, kind of the bit that you feel most strongly about, sort of, it's kind of almost this push me, pull you thing. When I'm covering British politics, I often feel incredibly black because I am often the far and away the darkest skinned person in that room. And then if I were to, if someone were to, as they have unfortunately all too often, come to me and said, hey, as a black person, what do you think about this? If I'd gone, I'm not black, they would just think I was, being difficult, or they would just think I'd gone a bit crazy. And then in the context of other things, I suddenly feel very Jewish because I'm aware that I'm the only Jewish person in the room. And the thing that was strange but also nice about this experience is suddenly there were loads of people who had a deep and profound spiritual relationship with their Judaism, and a load of people who were not mixed race. So I felt much more aware of myself as a mixed race person. But I think the most important change in my the way I think about my own Judaism has been having the absolute privilege of getting to sit down with so many religious leaders to talk about both the broader issues and also the specific religious issues in the report. And I think, it's very easy. And again, this is another version of the weasel word. I think it's often easy if you are a non-observant secular Jew to kind of do this sort of cool, like, I don't believe in this stuff. Yeah, I'm cool. I'm laid back. I just turn up for the ones where there's nice food. And I think the thing that I've really gained a sort of a new appreciation for are the wisdom of rabbis. Every single meeting I had with a rabbi, I gained both a new insight into the process, a new insight into life generally. I've started to, so I think that's the sort of thing that I really didn't expect at the end of this process, is to gain a new appreciation and sense of Jewishness as a religious identity, and obviously it's not just an ethnic identity for lots of people, but it's always been for me an ethnic and cultural identity. I've gained a new appreciation for it as a spiritual identity and something that is spiritually important to me. I haven't yet graduated beyond guiltily Googling synagogues near me and then thinking, oh, I really should log into Zoom or go at some point. But I hope to do so. And I think that has definitely been something that wouldn't have happened without hearing both the wisdom of the various rabbis, but also the incredible spiritual wisdom of many of our witnesses.
Well, and of course, my ulterior motive for asking you this was to say, please do come and try us out at Finchley Progressive if you're looking for a synagogue to try. We're on Zoom, so we're accessible from anywhere in the world right now, and we'd love to have you with us. I guess I wanted to ask you a bit of a question about the sort of purview and scope and ambition of this report. I've seen it described in a lot of the responses to it as very reasonable. And I feel as if that's both used as a term of praise and a term of criticism. And I can imagine that lots of people might quibble with individual recommendations, but by and large, I imagine that the Jewish community is going to leap upon the recommendations with a sense of gratitude and almost relief, because they seem really doable. It feels as if this gives us something really practical to crack on with. And it's clearly a report that will bring people with it, I think. And
Tamara, I'm really sorry, but before Stephen answers the question, can we ask you to swap headphones? Because your mic is in the one that's down. Not you, Tamara. Stephen, can you swap headphones? And then we can hear the answer, because otherwise we'll lose it. I'm sorry, Tamara.
No worries. No worries. So I guess it feels to me as if you're not I guess I'm saying that I think the process of implementation might change us, but you're not calling for that. It feels as if you're calling for reform rather than transformation. And there's Marie van der Zyl, in her introduction to the report, she frames it in a really different sort of way. She talks about this as the necessary work that we have to do as a Jewish community if we're going to get engaged more broadly alongside other people in working on issues of racial justice in relation to policing or education or health or whatever it might be. And she talks about there still being a lot of work to be done for us to become an unequivocally anti-racist environment. So you've made some specific recommendations in relation to youth movements and education settings and advocacy about embracing anti-racism as a commitment, but you've not, as I see it, made a moral case that as part of our core Jewish values, all of our institutions need to be committed not just to anti-racism, but to the pursuit of racial justice. And I wonder whether you felt that there are some institutions for whom it's really easy to say we absolutely should not tolerate racism and discrimination within, but who either don't really see a link or feel a bit resistant to or ambivalent or uncomfortable about the idea of the Jewish community taking on our role as allies in racial justice struggles. And does that work? Can we be fully inclusive as a Jewish community if we're not committed to anti-racism as a core principle beyond the synagogue walls, as it were, as well as within?
That's a really good question. I think, so I didn't consciously go, well, I'm not going to talk about, obviously there's a little bit about what happens outside of the walls of our community. I didn't consciously decide not to. It was partly about our scope and also partly about the issues on which our witnesses disagree. But one of the phrases I use a lot in the report, and I've used a lot about talking about, is person-centered, right? No one thinks of themselves as a disintermediated set of protected characteristics. So you're not being inclusive. So actually, to give a really specific example, if you are a first generation Yemenite Jew who has come into the reach of the hostile environment, inclusivity is not just your community going, hey, we really care about the contribution you make to our Jewish identity, and we observe 30th of November, as important as both of those two things are. It's also about saying we recognize that there is this thing called the hostile environment, which quite literally prevents and scares you, and at one point threatened your ability to be in this country and participate in any form of national life, let alone British Jewish national life. And I think if you don't support someone throughout that whole, their sort of whole lived experience, then of course you aren't being properly inclusive. One of the reasons, of course, one of the difficulties is that, as people who read the report will know, that means very different things for our witnesses, right? We had witnesses who felt that very powerfully and strongly about very sort of strident pro-Israel advocacy. We had witnesses who felt very alienated by insufficiently strident pro-Israel advocacy. But I think it does show that sort of inclusivity isn't just a thing you do in one bit of your life. It has to be across the whole piece, because you include a whole person. You don't sort of only include them in one. It's not kind of like, well, we're inclusive to black people who are Jewish, but we're not inclusive to people who happen to black people who happen to be in our spaces. And I think one of the most, to me at least, moving bits of evidence does actually concern someone who's not herself Jewish, has no intention of becoming so, but was working in a communal space.
Thank you. That's a really helpful answer, I think. And obviously, I feel it wouldn't be fair if I didn't also address this to you, Charley, and to Liberal Judaism, and to ask you, is it possible for us to be welcoming, inclusive, and non-discriminatory without having a commitment to being actively anti-racist beyond the Jewish community as well as within it? Do we need to commit ourselves explicitly to anti-racism as a reflection of our core Jewish values? And do we need to be striving not just for reform, but for transformation?
I mean, I can't say anything other than yes, of course we should, but that's far too an easy answer to give, because I think part of the reason I'm here is about our accountability and what does that mean? And I think when we first began our own very small listening exercise, one of the things that I just felt really like, how have we not thought about this properly before? And even saying that out loud at the time, and both again now, feels incredibly wrong. And how have we talked about anti-racism but not thought about what does that mean as part of our Jewish identity as liberal Jews, but also as part of the Jewish community? And we are so at the beginning, which embarrasses me. That there are things I read in the report and say, yes, of course we do it. But there are also things, even hearing Stephen now, that I realise we haven't given the proper thought to. So Stephen talks about including the whole person, and what does that mean, including somebody's experience from the beginning to end. And one of the things I heard from our group last week was about this committal to anti-racism and it being a priority for us, and being vocal about that and making that part of everything that we do, as well as so of course the answer is yes, but I don't want to say yes with that strong, arrogant kind of, this is of course part of liberal Judaism, but rather from a place of, I think we've got a way to go, that's absolutely a priority, has to be a priority for us, but we have to, it has to be through, as you suggested, transformation. I don't think it's enough because of exactly, and I don't think I'm the only one who a year ago went, how have we not thought about this or had these conversations, or how is this the first time we are having this listening listening conversation? And so I want to say we're committed, but we also recognize that we don't want to just jump and act, right? We want to make sure that this is integrated as part of everything that we do, and that is, I can't say we're going to get to the end. Look, we made mistakes even on Biennial about things that we didn't think about, and just the not thinking about it. And Stephen, I'm going to model go again with the way that that you said about taking the eye. I didn't look at the program and see things that were glaringly obvious to me now at the end. And, you know, I've been had some difficult conversations over Biennial. It has been a wonderful experience, but it's also, there've been moments where I've had to squirm in my seat, and the question is what am I going to do with that squirming? And I hope that next time that we have a Biennial, I'm not squirming in the same way, and that we will be accountable for transformation.
Well, I certainly feel that when we started the work of our anti-racism and racial justice group, Infinitely Progressive, I did so with a profound sense that I was going to fall flat on my face repeatedly and just going to have to live with the discomfort of that and get through it. And Stephen, I really take on board what you say, and we've already experienced that within Liberal Judaism about the difficulty of engaging in proactively anti-racist work, given that within our community there's such a diversity of views about what that would look like. And I see that Tom Owen has asked an interesting question here about what communal leaders should do when they're asked to do things by Jews of colour which they feel are too radical or would be opposed by other members of the community. And I have to say that I think that it's not always the Jews of colour who are asking us to do things that feel too radical or are opposed by members of the Jewish community. But in terms of those moments where there's been a real diversity of views, we've had a very painful test case recently within Liberal Judaism. I think you may know that just a couple of weeks ago, that we had an event at which Liberal Judaism and our flagship synagogue, LJS, elected to hold an evening with the Israeli ambassador, Tzipi Hotovely. All weekend, basically, we've been talking about radical inclusivity. How wide is our tent? How do we make Liberal Judaism open and permeable and accessible? And at the same time, what boundaries do we need to set? Are there some things that we need to exclude, paradoxically, in order to be fully inclusive? So we've had this really troubling incident for us, I think, painful moment of real intense disagreement about having invited a speaker who's regarded by many of us as very racist. And I noticed that in your report, you've made lots of recommendations about inviting speakers, but they're all about what happens after you've made the decision to invite them. That once you've decided who to invite, then you decide who should moderate, and you consult with your community, and you make sure that you have got you're equipped for robust discussion. But you've not said anything about what happens before that, when you're making the decision about whom to invite. So I wonder, are there people who we should not invite into the tent? Are there people who shouldn't come? To put it very bluntly, can we be an anti-racist organization and also invite, host, and provide a platform for a flagrantly, unrepentantly racist speaker? Where should we draw the line, and how should we draw it?
That's a huge question. I think so. I'm afraid I'm going to do one of my most annoying things, which is to do the kind of on the one hand this, on the other hand that, and I might then change my mind midway through the answer, because the difficulty, I think, is that when I seek spiritual and ethical guidance, sometimes what I want is to be told that I'm wrong, right? Sometimes the ethical guidance has to be like, no, Stephen, you're behaving in an unethical way. Sometimes the congregation needs to be challenged from the pulpit. Often, actually, maybe arguably, I'm not getting any value if I'm not being sort of challenged to live differently. So the question, so instinctively as a journalist, I start from the perspective of there's no hard and fast rule for a fit and proper person. There is the criteria is, well, look, is this a speaker of significance who there is a value to our audience being able to hear about from us in a way that someone else can't provide? Now, of course, for others, they'll start from a sort of a much less maximal position. We'll go, well, no, actually, there are some positions which should be in outer darkness, and that's the sort of correct approach. And this is, I guess, a really long-winded way of saying I don't know. I think I instinctively start from the position that you invite and you need to be robust. I think, however, what you need to be realistic about is that if you invite someone and your argument is, oh, well, we'll challenge them, or we'll convince them of the error of their ways, or we'll have a free and fair debate, I think it's an act of supreme arrogance to believe that, it'd be an act of supreme arrogance for me to think, if I interviewed, say, politicians I think are beyond the pale. If I were to say, if I were to interview, Lawrence Fox or Nigel Farage, for me to say, look, the reason why I'm doing this is what they've been waiting for is, another Stoke Newington based left winger to say, aren't these positions wrong? And they'll suddenly go, oh, yes, they are. But there is an argument for saying, well, look, these are people of significant figures, and therefore I should interview them. And I think instinctively that's kind of where I think organizations in our community should also land, which is, look, is there a specific reason for us to do this thing? And are there specific questions we will ask that no one else will? Rather than the kind of stuff about, exchange of debate, which I just think is it's a fairy tale view about how people actually change their minds and how change happens. Sorry, I'm aware that possibly wasn't at all an answer to the question.
Well, actually, I think that's a really helpful answer. And I think that for us as liberal Jews, we definitely are caught in a bit of a contradiction because on the one hand, we're really committed to creating spaces of dialogue and encounter where we can have really free and open and difficult conversations and be open to challenge and change, and that we need to be able to show respect to people whose views aren't the same as ours. But of course, that's really different from having a conversation with somebody whose ears are effectively closed. And I think that we feel torn between different values that we hold as liberal Jews about the importance of entertaining a diversity of views and the importance of creating a safe space, and how do we sit with the balance that we need to strike between creating comfortable places and creating uncomfortable places. And Charley, I know you know that I'm going to direct this question to you too. Following the really painful and difficult fallout from this particular event, what can we learn about it? What does it tell us about our values as liberal Jews? Is there something that we would do differently next time?
Thank you, Tamara. Look, I think maybe better than anybody else, that this event caused me huge amounts of personal struggle, exactly for the reasons that you've articulated and also that Stephen has. I was asked, I had met the ambassador prior with a number of other leaders from Liberal Judaism, and I'd spoken about that, and I'd been asked by numerous people across from all different segments of our community that they wanted the opportunity to put their questions to her personally for themselves. And I feel like there is something about my position which privileges me in terms of the conversations I'm able to have and the questions, the challenge that I'm able to put. And I didn't want that to remain behind closed doors. And I'm aware that we are not going to change somebody's mind. And I didn't go into it with the sense that we would. But I did feel that I was empowering people within our community to have that difficult conversation. I'm really saddened by the fact that we upset members of our community, really deeply saddened about the way that happened and why it happened. And I don't know, and I honestly, I don't know whether I would be the host, as it were, of that conversation. What I can say in terms of what would I do differently, there are a couple of things that I do differently. First of all, the framing of the publicity. We know we got wrong. It was rushed and it shouldn't, it sounded too honorific. And I do think there is something that if you agree to be in conversation with somebody who holds the title of ambassador, regardless of whether, but even to get them in the room, there has to be something slightly respectful in there, but we could have done the publicity differently. There's also something that happens in terms of the representation of how do you talk about multivocality and hearing the voices of the minorities, and that's not that's not only about Jews of color within our community, it's about all sorts of different minorities within. How do you hear those voices and recognize them and create structures where they can be heard? And I think we've got some work to do on that. So specifically in this case with our group representing Jews of Black Jews and Jews of color, we did have somebody on the board with that portfolio, and so were there in terms of that discussion, but actually that didn't really ensure that there was that the minority. We didn't work on the infrastructure around that to ensure that those voices could properly have been heard. And Stephen talks in the report about enough notice, right? So I think also there was something about that of not. We didn't give enough notice for people to be able to put their views forward and have that discussion and allow spaces within our communities to have that discussion. I also think the other thing is you're never going to have, especially over Israel, you're never going to have consensus in a community about, especially not in a liberal Jewish community, about what's the right thing to do. But there is an opportunity for us to talk about why we're doing it. And I don't think we talked about that either. And look, I think, I'd end with, I'm doing, I was doing some great reading about, what does it mean that somebody sent me about being a culturally competent leader. And, look, I'm honest, I've got some learning to do about how that communication works and how do you listen to views and move on from that point. So I think probably I'd get to the end of the answer of saying I wanted people to be able to ask her questions and her to hear the voices and know that it wasn't just me or, others saying this to her, but actually there was a really strong feeling that progressive Jews need to be heard and that we have a place. I think that was my value behind it. I can't say that would necessarily change, but yes, the methodology, I think we've got learning to do.
Well, and thank you so much for being so open with us about how much this is a work in progress and how much it's a process of struggle and learning and education for all of us. And I think you touched on an issue that came up right at the beginning of this conversation about what does it mean to be a culturally competent leader? What do we do about the position? For example, in this case, we had a member of this group of our action group who was on the board, and that seems in some ways a classic case of we have a Black person who does this. How do we do a really effective job of increasing representation of Black Jews and Jews of colour in our leadership, and how do we allocate responsibility and act responsibly in leading on issues around racism in particular? And I guess for me, Stephen, this brings us back to my anxiety about what happens when a group of predominantly white Ashkenazi Jews leap in feet first with an ardent desire to implement as a sort of almost a top-down tick box exercise at its worst, all of your recommendations. You've said in the report that you hesitated or you decided not to recommend implicit bias training. And the reason for that is there's no real evidence that it changes people's behavior. And I have to say, I wonder whether that's the point of implicit bias training or whether it's a reasonable expectation, because it seems to me implicit bias training might help us to understand how systemic racism and unconscious bias operate, but it's really a diagnosis rather than a cure. So, we all know we should eat less and exercise more, but anyone who's ever tried to lose weight knows perfectly well that the fact you understand that and you want to change behaviors, if they are deeply rooted in habit, if they perhaps even operate below the level of conscious decision making, you need more than an understanding of why it's important and a desire to do it. So I'm wondering what the risks might be if we leap in feet first, and I'm wondering if implicit bias training isn't the answer. How can we develop our skills and our knowledge and our competence? And what might we need, if not by way of training, then in need of conversations or other kinds of learning, or perhaps other professional support or interventions that can be helpful for us in supporting long-term self-awareness and behaviour change, so that we come to this work and at least don't do harm?
Yeah, so that's quite a big question. I'll sort of start. I'll start with the easy part. So yeah, implicit bias training. I was, I agree it can be something that is helpful if you're sort of already on board with it, whether you want to call it implicit bias or affinity bias, or whatever term you sort of want to use. I mean, even the government's recent report on this does accept the idea that the concept exists. They just similarly go, well, look, there's no evidence and this works. In the context of the report, one of the reasons why I specifically rejected it in that chapter is that the issues at play were ones of explicit bias. They weren't problems where, kind of the problem of, in one case, a synagogue which barred this woman from, first tried to prevent this woman from entering with her British Somalian carer, eventually after much palaver did, and then essentially invented a pretext not to invite, to bar them in the future. That synagogue clearly has a lot of problems, but implicit bias was not one of them. And one of the things I was keen to avoid, and one of the reasons why I hope the recommendations are very tangible, is I think there's a wider problem in British society at the moment that organizations are very keen to go, we accept there's a systemic problem, we're going to do, kind of this sort of magical form of training. We're not going to do anything about any of the actual problems on our own doorstep. I think we see this with the COVID death rate, which, yes, is in part about wider societal problems, long-term legacies of poor housing, et cetera, all of which are too big for any one organization. But it seems pretty clear that one problem is, if you are a doctor in the NHS who is not white, you are more likely to be given more shifts and less PPE than if you aren't. And that may be a problem which has its roots in a broader cultural problem, but is a specific problem in the NHS that they can work towards fixing today. So I think, my view in terms of people rushing to implement these recommendations is that is broadly a good thing, because they are things that leaders can fix today. I expect that some of that process will unearth things I didn't think about. One of the reasons why I'm very keen that someone else in 7 years marks my own homework is that there will be things I've overlooked. But I think, the kind of first do no harm is a great medical principle. I'm not necessarily certain that in a political and organizational change context, it is a particularly useful one, because sometimes the only way to find out whether or not something works is to try and do it. I think Rabbi Charley's point about being more honest about the conversations you've had yourselves internally, I think is a really important bit of wisdom. I think whenever we have a difficult conversation in the NS about whether or not to do something, we always have this tendency, once we've reached a decision, to go, okay, let's just rush it out the door. And we don't need to talk to anyone. We don't need to air our dirty laundry in public, which I actually think is the polar reverse of a good way to model a controversial decision. People are just as competent, as clever as one another. It's actually more helpful to go, look, here's why we did this. Here are the arguments we made. You obviously want to avoid kind of lapsing into that sort of New York Times reporting on the New York Times sort of doom spiral. But I think when leaders are sort of struggling with how to implement stuff without doing harm, actually talking through their thought processes is great. It's a really useful way to bring people along with you, but also sometimes when you talk something through, either you go, oh wait, that's an obvious problem, or someone listening to you talk through goes, wait, have you thought about this obvious problem? We're always better off with a broader and more open conversation about difficult decisions, rather than kind of having lots of very fraught conversations and then going, well, let's rush that out the door as fast as we can.
Well, it sounds very much as if part of what you're saying is that the way that we equip ourselves for this work is by having frank and open conversations with each other, and not particularly as if there are other resources or other sources of expertise that we need to import in order to build our capacity for all of this. But are there, do you think, whom should we be seeking to have these conversations with? To what extent should they be exclusively internal? To what extent do we need to recognize that there may be external expertise that we should be drawing on, or other models that we should be communicating with to try and understand how to do this effectively?
Well, I think it's a bit of both, right? There are parts of the report where I've explicitly leaned on the existing body of UK equality law. The challenge, of course, isn't UK equality law, even though the Equality Act is a step forward in this regard. But UK equality law kind of takes it as read that prejudice is a thing that they do to us, or I guess from the perspective of most people who've written UK equality law, when you think about those demographics, it's like, here's a thing that we do to you. And it then became slightly challenging to transplant that on the context in which everyone involved is an ethnic and cultural minority of one kind or another, and some of the issues in the report may kind of cross-cut each other in slightly strange ways, right? And someone may suddenly become a minority, in one space when they weren't in another, and that then feels challenging and very difficult for them. So I think there are some cases where we need to look outwards to the British community. There are some organisations within our community who I've specifically praised in the report who I think provide a good model of best practice. And in some instances, I have obviously explicitly drawn on things that happen in the state of Israel, where the challenge of being a minority in a Jewish space is in some cases directly applicable, and also from one another, right? Now that we've set out and there will be an implementation plan and all that stuff, now that this challenge of the report has been laid out, different communal organizations, different denominations will encounter different kinks and will find different ways through. And I think then by them talking together about, well, we did this, it worked well, we did this, it didn't work, they'll sort of get to a better position.
Brilliant, thank you. Yes, and I want to pick up on that idea of the implementation plan and what is coming next. And that seems, I completely take your point that we don't want a fear of doing harm to prevent us from doing anything at all. We've had a really practical question in the chat, Charley, from Benita Wishart, saying there are nearly 100 recommendations. They don't all apply to synagogues. Is someone putting them into a sort of self-assessment or action framework? I guess I want to ask you, Stephen, I feel as if at this point you should be able to have a holiday and go back to your day job, and racism or discrimination in the British Jewish community should no longer feel as if at some level it's really all about you or your personal responsibility. But I see that you've said that you are intending to come back in 2 years and carry out a review, as well as then have someone else come back in 7 years' time and have a look. So what's next for you in relation to this report, if anything? And perhaps more importantly, what do you think the Board of Deputies will be doing or needs to be doing? What is the work for them in the next 2 years? What resources do they need to allocate? What follow-up do they need to put in place to make sure that this commission has the impact that it deserves to have?
Well, yeah. So the plan for me first is partly, as you say, to have a bit of a break before coming back and then looking, basically, look, how did this work? Did this work in practice? Has this been implemented yet? If not, why? The board has already started work on an action plan, and they'll be reaching out to stakeholders and leaders across the community to draw that up, which will have tangible, delivery risks for particularly for organisations which aren't synagogues. And I think that will be, one of the things I anticipate if I am asked back in 2 years' time, which of course is not in my gift, one of the things I anticipate is I will talk about whether or not that has been adequately resourced. But I'm very confident that they will sit down and then the implementation plan will be detailed and well resourced, because I think the important thing is both for them to enact the recommendations for them, but also to provide a hub for anyone who wants to take these recommendations on board, and to provide moral leadership about the need to take these recommendations on board.
And I will come back to Benita's question and to the specifics of implementation for us at Liberal Judaism at the end of this session. But before we get to that point, I wanted to ask you a little bit more about some of the specific areas of focus in the report. You've spoken a lot about education in Jewish settings, and we are a synagogue movement. For us, in our synagogues, the place that the education setting that matters to us is our cheders or religion schools. Some of our synagogues are large and they're in urban centres with big Jewish populations, and we have multiple children in every class. Quite a lot of our communities are quite small, they're quite remote, they're not in areas with a lot of other Jews, and there may be very small numbers of children in cheder. I wondered if you could tell us a little bit about what you found out about representations and depictions of Jews of different backgrounds in educational settings, and what do you think what practical steps can we be taking in our cheders to make sure that the full diversity of the Jewish community is better represented in the few hours a week that we have for Jewish education?
Yeah, so the kind of overarching theme of a lot of chapters, but particularly in education, was people didn't feel that they were seen and that they weren't always accurately depicted. And that kind of happened in a couple of ways. One sort of this way, and I do this myself as someone who is, South African and Ashkenazi, then I kind of default to this, our story as we came to the United Kingdom in the 19th century, and which of course doesn't apply if you are Mizrahi Yemenite and you came here in the 20th century and you are similarly part of the sort of post-imperial diaspora. It doesn't apply if you are Ethiopian Jewish, and it doesn't apply if you are a convert. And then there were understandable and of course most of these issues in education are sort of broad society-wide ones, but obviously within the context of my report, I'm only talking about the Jewish perspective. So kind of the typical ones that, something's really stayed with me, someone saying what they loved about the Prince of Egypt is it was the only time that they saw a depiction of Moses and Pharaoh where they were the same color, which obviously they would have been, rather than this kind of weird thing where you have kind of, Pharaoh, an inexplicably kind of, dark skin, incredibly, dark skin, kind of very, very black person, and Moses, an inexplicably very, very white person, when obviously neither of those things would have been true. So I think one of the things in any space is just for images to be historically specific. And then the other thing was basically people saying, look, it would mean a world of difference to me if, when we said this thing is called an X, they went, and it can also be called a Y. That broad sort of, we have multiple words for the same thing in our traditions and communities. So I think historically accurate depictions, an awareness of our, and this again very much is something that I have realized I need to check myself in doing, that kind of awareness that we don't all have that story of we arrived in the 19th century and then inclusive language in terms of going, look, we call this an X, but it's also called a Y. I think are the kind of things in that space, although I do appreciate it's a very limited amount of time. And one of the reasons why I've directed a lot of my recommendations towards Jewish studies is the very useful and very frank feedback from stakeholders. And that was the bit of the curriculum in schools that had the most flex and therefore was the most sensible place to put those recommendations.
Well, again, I really appreciate how some very practical and focused ideas about where we can start. And I think that's certainly one of the first issues that I think we're really going to be grappling with as a national movement is really looking closely at resources and curriculum for our religion schools. So thank you so much for that. When you talk about resources, presumably created by Jewish institutions for Jewish children that represent Pharaoh as a very, very different color from Moses, I guess it makes me want to ask you, do you think that racism in the Jewish community is just the same as and has the same causes as racism in the British community as a whole? Are there forms and causes of racism that are particular to us? Have we been complicit in racism in particular ways as Jews? And is there work that we need to do to come to terms with or to understand Jewish racism in particular?
So I think a lot of it, I mean, in terms of that specific example, one of the challenges actually is a lot of material that teaches our stories is actually just produced to teach stories of Christianity. I mean, actually that goes in both good and bad practice. The Prince of Egypt, for example, something which a lot of our witnesses did really like for that reason, is made by Christians, right? It has a great cast of Jewish actors, but it was made by Christians. And so some of it is specifically about, kind of British culture. And some of the unique Jewish challenges are about difficulties created by British culture. Why is security a particular issue? Well, because unfortunately our community does face a real serious terrorist threat from neo-Nazis and from jihadists. And that means that there is a conflict in terms of spaces being safe and them being welcoming, which simply does not exist if you are, an Anglican church. Also, they're all lucky. They've all their own buildings, right? So you can just make these very specific recommendations. Whereas, if you have to, rent a school or another space, it is quite a different challenge. I think there's a distinct challenge for any minority about the way its own status as a minority, one that experiences prejudice and persecution, can cause it to think about racism towards other groups as a kind of second order offense, and almost to do a kind of, there's both this kind of weird expectation that we should know better, which I actually think is a bit insidious. I don't think it's true. I think it also kind of creates this sort of weird justification, and isn't it great? And we've experienced prejudice because we've learned how to be better anti-racists. But I think it also means that, and I think you see this with all minority communities, there's often a kind of tendency to kind of go like, well, we definitely know better. And even if we don't, we have a hard time. So shouldn't like white British people be the ones having to worry about this stuff? Yeah, there's more of them, etc., etc. So I don't think that there is a specific kind of communal form that exists separately from society. But I do think there is a separate challenge, because we do also experience racism. We all experience racism. Then there's a separate challenge, and it's very easy to therefore kind of go, oh, do I have to also think about this as well when I do it? Or also, surely I've learned from it, you know, because the reason why it's tempting to do this, well, we're wise on this because we experience this, is it would be nice to believe that when we experience anti-Semitism or when we experience any other form of racism, that we've got something out of it. The sad truth is we haven't. But I think it's very tempting to believe that it's a teaching experience, because otherwise you just have to go, well, that was horrible and I wish it hadn't happened.
Yes, I absolutely. I feel that, and I also feel your impatience with it as an expectation that we should be morally improved or benefit some way from adverse experiences that we're not actually responsible for, when they could just be vile. I'm really aware now of pressure of time, that we're coming to the end of this session, and I would love to stay in conversation with you for longer. I feel very compelled by this idea that we might be able to get you back in 2 years' time when you review the report. And I wonder, if you do come back in 2 years' time, what would look like success to you? What would you like to be able to tell us has happened in 2 years? And what would you like us to be able to tell you that we've done?
So it's a bit of a cheating answer, but in 2 years, I would like most of the recommendations to either have been implemented or to be in train. And what I would like, because I would find it unnerving, I think if they were implemented, people went, oh, they worked brilliantly. Well, that doesn't, I'd love to believe I'm perfect, but that doesn't seem likely. I would hope that in 2 years' time, there was some, if we could do this again, there would be some quite difficult questions for me to go, look, everyone implemented this thing and it turned out this recommendation did not work. And I hope, yeah, in 2 years' time, we'll both have stories of success, but there will be specific difficult questions for me to answer and to think about. Then I have to go, look, we tried that, we need to do something else.
Well, I love your cheating answer, because it brings us back to this really practical question of how do we as communities now go out and implement as quickly as possible all of the recommendations of this report as they apply to us. And I think that's where we really need to, the note we need to be ending on. So the first thing I would say to everybody and anybody who is watching this today is, first of all, by all means, read the report, read it thoroughly and in detail, but go back to your communities and make sure there is someone in your community, preferably someone on the board or council of your community, whose job it is to oversee the implementation of this report and to report back to council and to report back to your community, and also to be a point of contact for Liberal Judaism and with other communities, so that we can all work together on that implementation. And Charley, I want to turn to you again with Benita's question about implementation and say, for Liberal Judaism, what are you going to be doing, both at the national level and also to support our communities to do this work?
So I don't want to end this report with a promise that I've got a sorted implementation plan and I know exactly how we're going to roll that out to all 40 liberal Jewish communities. What I can say is, in the same way as Tamara just excellently articulated that our communities need to make sure that there is somebody responsible for it within their communities, we are going to be there to support communities working on their implementation plans. And just in the same way as we would with others, that we won't expect communities to do this on their own. Like we don't want to do the work for communities, because like with anything, that's communities need to make it work for their community and ensure that it's integrated and part of their work. But what we can do is provide resource, say that we're going to have the same conversations and questions as Liberal Judaism. We will talk about accountability. We'll talk about we'll talk about education and resource and how we resource that, and we'll work towards something that is really integrated and is part of Liberal Judaism. And I'd say the same thing as I think is the really generous offer that I'm going to take it that Stephen you made, which was to come back in 2 years time, but that also that I will be accountable, that as the leadership of Liberal Judaism, to be asked the questions, and that I hope that when we do encounter each other, maybe a biennial in 2 years' time, that also that you'll be able to ask me the difficult questions about whether we have supported that work, and that I'll be able to say that we have.
I know that we are under pressure of time, so I'm going to cheekily sneak in here and make a couple of additional really practical suggestions for next steps. I know that our action group on Jews of colour and Black Jews inclusivity in liberal Jewish community is really keen, first of all, that we hold a follow-up event to really talk through the recommendations of the report, and also to use this as an opportunity to really build a base for support and for working on these issues, and also to recruit new members to that committee. So if you are interested in participating in any of those things, I'm sure you'll hear about them in other spaces as well. But if you want to be a part of that conversation, to represent these issues on behalf of your community, to join our action group, please email Tom at t.rich@liberaljudaism.org. Stephen, thank you so much for being with us today. You've done such a huge job of work, and I feel as if this really does have the potential to be a massive moment of cultural change for our communities. But it's now on us. It's for us to sort of seize the relay baton, as it were, and to take the next steps to make sure that this report has the impact that it deserves to have. And like Charley, I really look forward to seeing you again in 2 years' time to continue this conversation, because this is work that we really need to be in for the long haul. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you.
That was interesting.
That was fun. We're going to get Stephen on Do You Know What, aren't we, Leo? We're going to try to get Stephen on Do You Know What.
Down as somebody to join us in the next couple of weeks. Yes, we do.
Fantastic. So we'll be able to explore further. But yeah, how are you? You must be exhausted.
Yeah, it's been a lot of work behind the keyboard, doing all this with the team, with Andy, Zander, John, and with the help of the team from LJ, including others. So it's been great.
I feel guilty. I've just mainly been watching from
I think I said Tom instead of John then, but it's both. Anyway.
Tom and John. I feel guilty because I've mainly been watching from my sofa with my cats and my cup of tea. But yeah, no, it's been a great afternoon. Well done to you and all of the tech team.
No, it's been good. It's been good. There's been a lot of sessions that we've gone through, an incredible amount. And what's great is the ability that we've got people who are talking about these issues. You can't solve all of these issues really quickly, but what you can do is you can actually definitely discuss them, cover them, and I think there's a lot that Stephen unpacked there, and I think Tamara asked some really interesting questions, both to Stephen and to Charley, about where this goes. And as you say, when you look at this, as we've talked about before, Rebecca, when you look at what you're seeing and you see what's happening, and then you reverse it around, you realize that some of the things that made so much sense when you put them down, you just missed the optics of something that you should have seen.
That's it. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, no, I'm like I said, I've been having a really interesting weekend when I've been tuning in, and yeah, great session just now. I feel like we're sort of like losing our third leg here, aren't we, a little bit without Charley? But I think, as you say, lots of people have seen a lot of Charley this afternoon. So just the two of us.
I think I can see her below. I don't know if we want to bring her on. Hold on, here you go.
Gosh,
otherwise,
yeah, why not? Quick, yay! Quick JKW reunion.
So if anybody doesn't realise what we're talking about, the three of us run a podcast called Do You Know What? There's two liberal podcasts there. One is the one that we run, and the other one is run by some exceptional rabbis who produce another podcast out there.
Yeah, theirs is a serious one, isn't it?
yeah, theirs is serious.
They get the exceptional rabbis, you get me.
We get the rabbi.
That's it. So, right. So what do we have up next?
We've got my lovely colleague from KLS, Sarah Alston, and the fantastic Owen and Kate, and they're talking inclusion in action, I believe. So, yeah, looking forward to this. I guess we'll leave them to it.
We'll let them take it away.
All right. Hi, guys.
Hello. Are we going to have, Charley, we're going to have some people presenting?
We are indeed. So first of all, hello. Hi. It's lovely to see you. Welcome, Sarah, Owen, and Kate. First, I want to thank the three of you because I've had nothing to do with. I've just found out who are our finalists. And so I know that you've been doing some really reading through the presentations and the proposals, and it's really, I'm very, very excited to see what's up. So I am just here to, as Owen likes my community briefings on a Thursday, I think, and my Eurovision style. So I'm just here to keep order, basically, and to stop our judges fighting between themselves. So we're going to have a really exciting afternoon to listen to the proposals from each of our communities. And we have Birmingham Progressive, Finchley Progressive, Kehila, and South London Liberal Synagogue are our 4 finalists. And they were given the task to present not only a proposal for something of the best way to pilot a programme for inclusion for their communities, but something that could be able to be passed on to another community. So we've had this big theme for a couple of years now since our last biennial, really focusing on collaboration. So we wanted a project that could be something that could be taught to another community. They could try it out and passed on. So we're going to not delay any further, but we have our first community up, and that is Birmingham. Hello, Birmingham. Let's see, Leo was too busy being on stage. Now here we go. Hi, Elizabeth.
Hello. Is Margaret up? She's got the one with the slides.
Here we go.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get hold of one of our participants in the presentation who couldn't get on, but is on my phone waiting to speak. And I'm going to, hopefully this will work.
This is great. You know, we have a very slick biennial. Right at the end, we're going a little bit back to basics, which is
yes, we certainly
always a hit of reality. It's good.
It's also a sign of inclusion, including those who don't have the tech.
Exactly.
We didn't go through sharing screens on the thingy, so
do we want to come back to Birmingham? Do we want to take Birmingham off and bring on Finchley, and we'll come back to you in a minute and give you a chance to get yourselves together? Will that help?
It might do, but it's about sharing screens. So
it's at the bottom of the screen, Margaret. There's a screen.
I've got share.
Oh,
I've got share screen. It's just getting the right screen up. Let me have one more go, and then you're right. I might have to talk it through with somebody.
Go back into the green room and have a chat with Leo, and we will bring on.
That's fine.
Okay,
sure. Sorry, everybody.
So here's Finchley. Let's take out Birmingham. Perfect. Hello, Finchley.
Hello.
Hello.
Someone has got
Tamara
sound coming out of their speaker and going into the microphone, which is why we're hearing the live stream.
And we're hearing you, Xander.
What was going on? I thought that was impressive ventriloquism, that several people were talking without any listening.
Beverly already.
No, Tom, Tamara, we can hear all of the other room. So Sarah, Owen, and Tamara, mute yourselves for me for a second. Let's see if that makes a difference.
Oh, I'm not sure how to do that.
Down the bottom. Oh, we've taken her out. Right, it's back to us. I know, while we're waiting for the tech problems to be sorted out, I wonder whether, just in case anybody doesn't know who you are out there, let's introduce our wonderful judges for you. I wonder whether we can start with you, Sarah. You are in our top left-hand corner. We'll start.
Hello. Yes, I'm a member at KLS, Lifetime Traditional Liberal Jew. So it's my Jewish background. The reason I've been asked to do this, I believe, is because I am a teacher who has been working with the promotion of inclusion, particularly special needs, and safeguarding over the last 25 to 30 years. I've been particularly involved in inclusion, and I have just written a book, The Inclusive Classroom, on how to make this real in our classrooms across the country.
Thank you, Sarah. It's lovely to have you with us. And Owen.
Good afternoon. I'm Owen, a member of the Board of National Officers with the Inclusion Portfolio. I think my credentials come from the fact that I was born deaf with Marfan syndrome, and yet sort of pursued life mainstream, overcoming as many obstacles as possible. I've professionally been involved in equality and diversity issues since, goodness, probably the 1970s. So I've got a long, big track record. Okay.
Thank you, Owen. And Kate is here because, as a rabbi, you never stop trying to get back your your previous students into the room. No, really, Kate, definitely here in their own right. Kate.
Yes. So hi. I guess I was a big part of the Liberal Jewish Network when I was younger, and I disappeared, as I'm sure many of us do. Charlie's managed to rein me back in for this, but I'm really interested in getting involved again in the community. But yeah, I'm queer and trans, and I do a lot of work about inclusivity in the workplace and getting, you know, any marginalized groups kind of access to spaces that they don't have access to for whatever reason. So that's kind of some of the work that I do in my work as an art director, which is what I run a small design studio in South London.
Small design studio. Follow Kate on Twitter, Instagram, and you'll see kind of the amazing work that they do. Okay, FPS is here and ready to go. So let us get FPS back into the room. Finchley Progressive Synagogue. So welcome.
Hello.
So the first thing that we'd like you to do, and then I'm going to turn over to our panelists, to our judges, to ask some questions, is to let the people at home know about your project.
Okay, so hello everybody, and thank you for having me. I'm here because I'm actually standing in for Rabbi Rebecca, who, as we know, is unfortunately recuperating. Well, luckily, we're very pleased she's recuperating, but couldn't be with us today. So I'm standing in at the last minute to explain our project, which is to set up an inclusive service and support activities to go along with that. And I'll explain a little bit more about myself first. I joined Finchley Progressive 2 years ago, and last year became a member of our council. And I got the community support coordinator role. I offered to do this, and I wanted to look at how else we could provide support for people within our community, what people wanted us to provide as a community. And I was attracted to Finchley Progressive because it's such a busy, vibrant community. There's so much going on throughout the week, sessions, that I really enjoyed that and thought there was something for everybody, but clearly we have issues that we need to address. My background is a teacher of children and adolescents with severe and profound learning difficulties. I've been in special education needs teaching for over 30 years, and I've been in mainstream schools as a Senko, and I'm now an assessor for and teacher for people with specific learning difficulties, dyslexia. So I was very interested when this subject matter came up. So we want to look at establishing a regular Shabbat service that is as inclusive as it can be for anybody who is unable or feels they can't access the more traditional type of service. But we also want to run alongside, parallel with that, at a different point in the week, a support session or a learning experience, social activity related to a Jewish theme, whether it be a prayer in the service, whether it be Tikkun Olam, a festival, tzedakah, or any of those aspects. We feel that it wouldn't, just a service isn't enough. We feel that we want to extend it to a learning experience and something that we all are able to decide to go on to the coffee, lunch and learns, the study sessions, the drop-in sessions. These people don't have that opportunity. So we feel we want to take it more than just a Shabbat service. We want to move it along from there. The need was identified in our discussions when we set up our anti-racist strategy support group last summer, that we wanted to be a more inclusive community. And through those discussions, this became a need as well. And during the first lockdown, I attended one of the Zoom coffee mornings that Rabbi Rebecca was running. And one of the people on that coffee morning that morning had said that she has an adult daughter with learning difficulties who she can't bring to any of the shul activities, and she would like something for her. So we became very aware that this need was something we needed to address. I was aware of the Finchley Reform B'Yachad services, and then we've also now been in touch with and joined ELELS at their Shabbat Shalenu service, which was fascinating to see how they did it on Zoom. And I went to the Lunch and Learn study session today as well, so I've learned even more today, which is brilliant. So it's an area that's missing from our community, and our community is not just about services, it's not just about a building. So we want to include an inclusion project that aims to give this group of people something that is not currently available to them, so that they can enhance their Judaism, and everybody at FBS can also become richer from that experience as well, because hopefully they will dovetail into each other. So where and how? Initially, we may have to do this on Zoom because we don't know when we'll be able to fully be back in the building and resume normal activities. And I do have ideas on how that can happen, because I attended the Board of Deputies evening that was held a few months ago on inclusivity, which was a fascinating evening. And people from different agencies were talking about how they've changed, how they provide what they provide, and how they change through, and have been doing it through Zoom by sending out activity packs and resource kits so they can still carry on their work via Zoom. So I can see how we can do that in the autumn and beyond if we have to, but hopefully we will get back into the synagogue building. So we'll be looking at setting those up if we have to in the autumn. And once we're in the building, we can then be introduced to everybody physically, welcome everybody, explain the setup. We will not have any expectations that people have to come and do anything. If they want to just come and be a part of that building in the room with us, observing, listening, whatever they want to do, however they want to do it. We need to develop our knowledge of signing. I am a Makaton trainer, so I have some Makaton knowledge. We also have people who have some BSL language. We need to look at all augmentative alternative forms of communication, whether it be symbols. And in our bid, we want to buy the widget software package so that we can then have that on various computers within the synagogue and be able to produce resources really quickly and efficiently. Our building is already fairly accessible. We have people who are wheelchair users coming into the synagogue for various activities. We wouldn't use our bimah for the service because that's up a flight of stairs. We would make sure we bring everything down so we are all on the same level. It's all accessible. We do have a disabled toilet, but we also have had feedback from some people that it's not that accessible for some people. We are imminently going to start a refurbishment program. We've had building permission and plan passed by Barnet Council, so we are going to look at how to make that more accessible. But we may need to look at ramps or alternatives, and of course we may need to look at using one of our rooms as an adult changing room if we need to, because not everybody can stand, so we need to look at a changing space for people in wheelchairs if that's necessary. Who would be involved in that, in running these activities and these services? Rabbi Rebecca for certain, Zoe Jacobs, who is our Community Development and Education Officer. We have a wonderful team of musicians. I have already said I would like to be involved, and we have our Beit Tefillah committee, who I have had a discussion with as well about this, and we need to establish a team of volunteers and other people. As I said, it would be for anybody who can't access the traditional type of service, who wants an alternative. It might be people with medical issues who don't feel they can get up and go in and out as often as they might need to because of, for whatever reason, people with mental health, neurodiverse issues, anybody, absolutely anybody who doesn't feel they can access our current services. And it won't necessarily be just for members of our community. We obviously would advertise it amongst our own membership, but we will also look to the wider community as well and go to schools, care homes, Jewish groups, anybody that might have an interest that lives in and around us. So what we do in the sessions, as I said, I have ideas from the Board of Deputies, from the meeting at lunchtime from ELS and Richard Jacobi and Mitch. That was incredibly interesting and informative. I have my own ideas as well. So there's lots and lots of things that we can do. I've been in head teacher of a religion school as well, so there's loads of mix and match ideas that we can do.
Beverly, what a great presentation! Thank you so much. I want to give a moment to let our panelists ask any burning questions that they have for you. Over to you, judges.
Right, may I begin? I really thank you, Beverly, for this. It's really marvellous because your enthusiasm, or should I say your community's enthusiasm for equality is just absolutely encouraging and marvellous.
Absolutely.
There's so many great things happening, but I'm not clear, though, when you're talking about services, do you mean that you will have a sort of a special service once a month for people with additional support needs? Or are you looking to develop in a longer term where all your services are going to be inclusive?
I think this inclusive service would be maybe once every 2 months, with the alternate month being a support activity. We need to look at, as a sidebar, we need to look at how to make our traditional services more inclusive. That's another project, I think. This is a specific type of service where people with learning difficulties or whatever would be able to come and move around, sit on the beanbag cushions, whatever.
Lovely.
So
that's great, lovely, thank you. That's all I need to know.
I think you picked up my main question. Thank you, Owen.
Good.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Kate.
Yeah, I mean, I also felt like some discomfort over having a separate service to the main service, because obviously when you want something to be truly accessible, it's everyone is attending the same space in the same event. And I think, you know, making those things more adapted into the main service would be brilliant. I think, like, looking at your budget proposal, we were not sure how much of the things that you had suggested were shareable. A lot of the things in there were like physical things, you know, like objects which need to like exist in a space, and they can't necessarily be a resource that you can pass on. So I think, like, I had some reservations about that, in the sense that would it only serve your community, or would it serve like a wider network?
Thank you, Kate.
I think, just to clarify, when we hold these services, we are envisaging, like they do at Richard Jacobi's synagogue, that would be the service of that Saturday. So all the membership can come to that service, but there wouldn't be two services running parallel on that Shabbat. It would be the service for that Shabbat, but it would be, the emphasis would be on making it more accessible to anybody and everybody. As far as resources for the wider community, I think at the moment we are thinking of it as like they do at Essex ELS. They are using the resources and the equipment within that service for that community, but obviously anybody can come in and be a part of that experience. And if we are stuck on Zoom for the foreseeable future, then if we're sending resource kits out to people for an activity session, then anybody who expresses an interest or wants to be a part of that would be sent the equipment. And obviously, we unfortunately have no idea how long that's going to go on for. But I mean.
But thank you. That's really wonderful. I think thank you so much for being part of this. And it's been great to hear from you, Beverly. Thank you for coming today as well and standing in. Really appreciate that. We're going to go to our next community now, because I know they're waiting in the wings. We have Kahila. Kahila, hello. We have Imogen and we have Rob. How lovely to see you. Rob's very used to my tone of community briefings. How are we? Have we been enjoying the conference?
Yes, good afternoon. Lovely to be here and really been enjoying the Biennial so far. Thank you to all the organisers. It's been great.
Thank you so much. So we would really like to hear from you about your project. We have you know, we're going at a pace here, so we want to try and cram in as much and hear as much as possible from you. So remember that people at home won't have heard your project, but the judges will have read about it. So if you can try and get both those aspects combined, that would be brilliant. And then we'll come to our judges for some questions. Over to you.
Fab. Okay, I'm just going to share my screen. One sec. Sorry, just 1 second. Rob, do you want to maybe just introduce it while I sort out the tech?
Yeah, one second. Sorry, I'm putting a bit of a face because the tech that we rehearsed in the green room is no longer working. So click to share, yeah, because when I share the screen, it's kind of, it's not available in a separate window.
I think we'd have to go for a quick verbal.
Yes.
Yeah.
Should I just, I'll just check. Is it okay if I just share my entire screen, or is that?
If you're happy, go for it.
I'm happy to do that. It's just nobody. I mean, the comments aren't very interesting anyway. Okay, cool. I'll share the entire screen. Right. Oh, hang on. Sorry. Here we go. Is that? Can everybody see that? Is that okay?
Yes.
Fab. Okay, cool. I can't see anybody's faces, so please just give me a shout out if there's any tech issues. Okay, cool. So I want to just start off by saying that Jewish history and culture and tradition is incredibly rich and diverse. Jews as a people have lived in almost every corner of the world. We speak a multitude of different Jewish and national languages, and we encompass a broad range of ethnicities. We are queer, we're heterosexual, we are working class, we're wealthy, we're disabled and non-disabled. In essence, we encompass every facet of human identity. And yet at Kehillah, we feel that unfortunately this kind of rich tapestry of Jewish experience is too often not reflected in educational programming. And we just heard this as well really clearly from Stephen Bush in his session, particularly around reflecting the history and stories of Mizrahi and Black Jews in educational programming. And so we feel at the moment that an example of this is that the current LJ curriculum for Cheder doesn't kind of reflect the rich diversity of Jewish experience. So there's no exploration of Mizrahi, Sephardic or Black Jewish history, or dedicated exploration of LGBTQ plus Jews, disabled Jews or other traditionally marginalized groups within Judaism. And we feel that particularly in light of the Black Lives Matter movement and the Commission on Racial Inclusivity report that just came out, as Kehillah and as a wider liberal Jewish community, we have to really honestly introspect and grapple with our histories as Jews and as Britons living in post-colonial Britain. And we have to start to take responsibility for this and proactively improve as a community. And we feel that developing a new curriculum which reflects the tapestry of Jewish experience and explores these uncomfortable truths around Ashkenazi normativity, access barriers, racism, homophobia, it is a way to start to strive towards justice within our communities and create the welcoming, inclusive communities that we all want to see for ourselves. So this is our project, essentially. It consists of 4 main components, with the underlying kind of theme running through being that we want to develop a new kind of radically inclusive and diverse curriculum that will sit alongside the existing LJ curriculum or be a part of it. And so the way that we want to start this is by hosting a conference in the summer to bring educators together from across Liberal Judaism to share resources and ideas on embedding racial, gender, LGBTQ+ and disability justice and representation into our Cheder curricula and broader educational programming. We then want to take that learning and set up a working group on developing a new curriculum that's engaging and diverse and relevant for young British Jews, whilst being accessible for educators and taking into account the needs of SEN and neurodiverse children as well. And this will be, we anticipate, from July to October, but it will be a continual process of testing and refinement, and essentially an ongoing process of introspection and learning and improvement. And 2 outputs which we would potentially like to see from this is a global Jewish music session and a global Jewish languages session, which will be exploring the music and languages of Ladino, Judeo-Arabic and Yiddish, with context on Mizrahi, Sephardic and Ashkenazi history and culture. And we hope as well to embed some of that music, for example, into our services. So we will start to incorporate more Mizrahi tunes, for example, from that music session, and put it into our Shabbat morning services. In terms of the vision, I suppose this is a real vision of inclusion in action, and we've already got some ideas around what a new curriculum content could include. So we've suggested, for example, dedicated lessons on Mizrahi, Ashkenazi, Black and Sephardic history, languages and culture, looking at themes of racism, colonization and campaigns for racial justice, looking specifically at LGBTQ plus Jewish history and influence, and another example being potentially looking at art projects around designing synagogues and other Jewish communal spaces to be more physically accessible. And at the bottom here, I've just got an example of some of the things, of one thing that we've been doing this year at Kehila in terms of starting to think about this and trying it. Is we've had something called Jews of the Week, whereby in our Cheder classes, we kind of profile a range of different Jews from around the world, of different ethnicities and backgrounds. And so, for example, we had Rabbi Lauren Tuchman, who's the first blind female rabbi. We had Nancy Khaduri, who is the first Jewish MP in Bahrain. And we feel that this is really important to model for young people and to break down stereotypes of who is a Jew and what is Jewish tradition, and show that there's so many different types of ways to be Jewish, and to really show the diversity and richness of Judaism and Jewish people in our programming. I'm going to hand over to Rob, who's going to talk about the impact we hope to achieve from our project.
Yeah, so it's really important to us that the principles of inclusion don't take place just in the curriculum and in the Cheder, but rather we want to see these principles of inclusion extend well beyond into the whole of Kehila and the wider liberal Jewish community as well. So, and this would happen by the Cheder children teaching the wider community at their B'nai Mitzvah, and also the music session in particular, the wider Kehila community can participate in and bring into our wider services and other congregational activities. And later on, the curriculum can then be shared with other communities across liberal Judaism, so that the project can have an impact across the whole wider denomination. It's possible also that some of the communities in liberal Judaism may not feel at the moment that their current Cheder and young people are themselves sufficiently diverse to benefit from this curriculum. But we want to embed in our curriculum the principle that we have to think about inclusion and accessibility for both those people that are in the room and those that are outside and not there yet. So we hope that by having such curricula embedded in our Cheder and other LJ synagogues Chederim, that we will be able to really stretch out these principles of inclusivity, so that our young people and future communities can be as diverse as we all want them to be.
Wonderful.
That was wonderful. Yes, as Owen said, really excellent. And I'm so glad, Imogen, that you got to share your screen. It was great. Judges, quick questions.
I think my good question is, have you yet got ideas about how you're going to share these resources on a wider scale? Because they sound really exciting.
Do you mean with other communities? Yeah, so I see, so as I said, so I really want to establish a conference that will bring educators together from across liberal Jewish synagogues, and probably maybe also Reform Judaism as well, and that we would work together to build this. And I think for me as well, that working group would definitely be consulting with, for example, Sephardic Voices UK and other kind of specialists who would be able to advise on the history and also around SEN as well, for example. And in terms of sharing that, I mean, obviously, Charley, this is kind of, within your remit somewhat, but it would be fantastic to kind of start to embed this within the existing LJ curriculum and get this on the website and just share this
I thought it
broadly.
was very clever to partner automatically with Liberal Judaism. Very clever. I'm not in the decision-making room, but I thought it was a clever move. Any other questions, judges? Brilliant. We are going to thank you so much both for being here. I'm sure we'll see you again soon. And in the meantime, we have Birmingham rejoining us. Birmingham, hello. Welcome back. Straight over to you.
So we managed to solve the tech by, I think it's Leo sharing the PowerPoint. This project came out of a distinct need from one of our members, and also a wider need in different ways. And with me are Elizabeth and also Sue, who I'm having to call up on my mobile because technology made it very difficult for her as a blind person to join. So in a moment, she'll be on speaker too. The project's called Vaha Einenu, Enlighten Our Eyes. And it's really got two components. One is to enlighten the eyes, as it were, of sighted people about the needs of those with visual difficulties. And the other is to facilitate the inclusion of people who are blind or who have visual difficulties in our community. So if we can have the next slide. There are three different components to the project. First of all, we'd have a month's education project, so focus, if you like, on the project of Vaha Einenu month across all ages about blindness and visual impairment, and that would include education about the needs of people with visual difficulties and also Jewish sources. And we consult with our members who have visual difficulties of any sort about their needs and about practical measures we could take to address these. And we'd also be looking at creating resources in Braille, ways of teaching Hebrew, which is a need that we've come across particularly, and also Liberal Judaism resources. And that might include some fundraising for Braille transcriptions. So next slide. So this is where Sue, I hope, will share her experiences, but I might need to read her words. I see you there. Brilliant. I'm putting you on speaker.
It's weird because I've still got it in the background. I thought they can't hear me.
You're on you're live now though, Sue, if you could.
Okay. I believe that this project will improve access to literature in all Braille accessible formats, and it's important advance in inclusion and in VI people. I'm currently borrowing a prayer book which is really old. It's about 41 years old, and the English Braille is out of date, and I think the Hebrew code would be out of date as well. And I've got Elizabeth is painstakingly altering a program at the moment, which is complex, as it requires English Braille, switching from English to Hebrew Braille. And after contacting several people, I couldn't get any Hebrew transcriptions or transcriptions of other texts, but I did get some key prayers that were transliterated. And while these resources help, they are not really enough for me to get involved in the community. So I would really benefit from a device, sort of Word documents, Braille documents, because my device doesn't read PDF documents. And I just feel really strongly that this project won't just be helpful to myself, but also to people that read with screen readers and other forms of technology that will help to benefit them. And the formats will also enable people to access other platforms such as the internet and gain more confidence. And I'd like to gain more confidence in a new language, which is Hebrew. And that's really all I've got to say.
Thank you very much, Sue. Now, in the next slide, Elizabeth is going to say something about the problems with Braille and Hebrew.
Thank you. When we went into lockdown, I thought the pandemic would be advantageous because the whiteboard at our shul was inappropriate for blind students. I thought, great, if we transition to electronic resources, they'll load on to Sue's tablet just fine. But when I sent Sue a document, she said it didn't work. From her perspective, it was just a load of numbers. Take these 2 words, Baruch Atah. The Braille device doesn't know how to handle Hebrew script, and it writes out many, many English Braille words, like one, as in O-N-E, that bear no resemblance to Hebrew. The right side of this slide shows what happens when a Braille user tries to write Hebrew and send it to a sighted person. This is similar to struggles that sighted users also face. My computer came from the factory configured for English, and I had to install a secondary keyboard layout because pressing Y on my keyboard produces a Y rather than a Yod. However, we haven't been able to locate any multilingual functionality on Sue's device. When she sends me text, she's pressed the correct keys that are required for Hebrew Braille typing, but it appears to me as a confusing mix of Latin letters. These problems make it extremely difficult to communicate in Hebrew between blind people and sighted people. Next slide, please. To overcome the lack of support for Hebrew script on Braille devices, we will write some software that will convert Hebrew characters into direct representations of the correct Braille dots. There are 2 approaches. The first uses characters that both look like Braille dots to a sighted person, but more importantly, provide the correct tactile feel on a Braille device. The second is to convert our files into a special file format designed specifically for Braille devices called BRF. Both approaches have advantages and disadvantages. Special characters can be pasted into existing software and put into places like web pages, where structure such as headings, hyperlinks, and tables can be retained. BRF, on the other hand, doesn't support formatting, but it is supported by Braille software and Braille embossers, which is like the equivalent of a printer. We also need to convert a file containing the Brailleist typing into Hebrew script for sighted users. A secondary issue is that when teaching the Aleph-Bet, we need to convert Hebrew script into a representation of the keys that the Brailleist will press on their keyboard. This is similar to the confusing characters that we had before on the right side of the previous slide. However, for all other purposes, the solutions on the left of this slide are superior because they avoid certain ambiguities which are too complex to get into right at the moment. Finally, it will be useful to be able to decode BRF files back into Hebrew script. This is because libraries such as JBI International distribute books in Hebrew Braille, and we would like Braillists and sighted users to be able to read along together.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
No, hang on, sorry, not quite finished, nearly finished. But I will keep it brief. But if we could have the next slide. So briefly, we'll evaluate the project by looking at the increased awareness of children and adults of the needs of people who've got visual impairment and the changes that we've made in the way we welcome people. And again, we'll take feedback from the people we're trying to include about how that's affected. And we'll also look at whether we've succeeded in getting any Braille resources. And finally, if we can have the last, we hope the project will benefit individuals, our synagogue as a whole, and the Liberal Judaism movement. Obviously, it will benefit individuals who are blind or visually impaired because they'll be able to participate more fully in synagogue life. And sighted members will benefit from increased awareness of the needs of people with visual difficulties. We'll also benefit from the increased participation of members who previously had difficulty in being fully involved because of their disability, and will contribute an enormous amount to our communities, and it will bring our community together in a common purpose. And we hope that Liberal Judaism will benefit from the educational programme and the Braille resources that we'll create. So we hope there'll be a benefit much beyond individuals to our community and to the movement. Thank you.
That's absolutely excellent. Good. Can I jump in on this one? Because I really think you've raised a very, very important issue to get the discussion and conversation going on visual impairment throughout our communities. This is absolutely great. I've just got one reservation that I think we really need to think about, and that is how accessible is Braille to people, because it's, you know, it does raise an awful lot of issues about cost and about the actual numbers of people that go through the educational system and learn Braille today. So I think we need to take that into account and look at possible other options. I do really have my reservations about Braille. Thank you.
Thank you, Owen. Do you want to briefly respond?
Well, I definitely take what Owen's saying. I think we're obviously making it wider than just Braille, precisely because we want there to be a wide benefit. And also we're very keen that it's something like Elizabeth's creating would be for the whole movement, because whereas we'd only have one Braille user, there might be more across the movement. But I think, we've been doing research, and there's always more research we can do and find out what the possibilities are that would benefit people.
Thank you so much. And thank you. I mean, I don't know how the judges are going to decide. We have so many really amazing projects and with so much work to be done. But thank you so much for being with us. And our final, last but not least community, we have is South London. Hello.
Hello there.
Hello, lovely to have you both with us. Hello, James. Hello, Maya. Hope you've been enjoying the conference. Thank you so much for being here. Tell us a little bit about your project.
Yes, we'll do. So I'm going to tempt fate and try to share my screen, unless somebody else is bringing it up for us. Is that coming up, actually?
It's there.
Okay, perfect. So I will just have to shout out when to move along. So firstly, to introduce ourselves, I'm Maya Jaffe. I am a member of the Council for the South London Liberal Synagogue, or SLLS, and I also lead the choir. And I'm joined by James Crickler, who is the chair of South London Liberal Synagogue, SLLS. So today we're going to be talking to you about our plans to transform our building in order to match our inclusive community. So next slide. The South London Liberal Synagogue is the third oldest community in the liberal movement and the oldest progressive synagogue in South London. It was founded in 1929, and the community moved to its current building on Prentice Road in Streatham in 1938. You can see it just on the bottom right and the inside as it looked shortly after moving in on the top right. Next slide. We're a small but vibrant community, and we have a proud tradition of inclusion and diversity, as well as a history of activism. SLLS strives to be a welcoming and inclusive center of Jewish life. Next slide. For example, we're home to the first female rabbi in the UK, Baroness Rabbi Julia Neuberger. Next slide. We nurture strong interfaith relations with our community, and we're proud of our diverse community, our progressive values, our quest for learning, and our over 90 years of tradition. Next slide. As many of you will know, our Abraham's Tent project did what many thought was impossible by raising the funds to create a haven for a refugee family right on our premises. Next slide. We are intensely proud of our building and our congregation's historical linkages to it. And there you see it in all its glory. Next slide. However, this building is over 100 years old and increasingly in need of repair and refurbishment. Its age and the design make it access to services and to our community difficult for disabled people. So the paradox we have is that our community's welcoming nature is not reflected in the very building that is housing us. Next slide. To give you a bit more of a sense of what the access challenges are, currently disabled people are unable to walk in through our front doors. They have to, because we have a number of steep stairs and it's actually a series of lots of different types of stairs. So instead we have to send them around the side to where there's a lift that goes all the way up to the sanctuary. Once in the building, our lobby and many of the spaces are too shallow to maneuver with a wheelchair. And the lift that we have, as I mentioned, our existing lift that takes you all the way up to the sanctuary is reaching the end of its useful life, I think is probably the nicest way of putting it. So drastically in need of replacement. Next slide. So essentially what we're looking to do here and the project that we're embarking upon and have already started but are really moving forward with now is to make our building as inclusive as our community. So make the physical space match the community space as it is. So now I'm going to hand over to James, who in addition to being our chair is also our in-house architect, so we're very grateful and lucky to have James who's been able to help think through what the plans are and what we can do to make the physical space more inclusive. So James, over to you.
Thank you very much. So if we go to the next slide, please. In fact, skip 2, yep, to the next one. Okay, so really very simply, especially as we're short on time and I don't want to dwell, I often get accused of talking in too much detail, but there'll be obviously Q&A after if we'd like it. Well, as Maya's already really set out, at the moment we have an accessible route to the building, which you can see on the diagram there with the arrows showing how you're sent down the side if you're a wheelchair user or somebody who's not as ambulantly mobile as they could be. You know, it's not a great route. It's full of gravel down the side and somebody has to go inside and open up for you, and it's quite a palaver. And really at the heart of what we're trying to do here is to make our building truly inclusive in the way it offers and presents itself to the street, to people arriving at the building. Right now, you turn up with your friends, you're in a wheelchair, you have to go down the side of the building. It's as stark a contrast as it could be from what we should be as an inclusive community to what we're actually able to do. Sure, there's a route up, but why should somebody in a wheelchair or who can't manage the stairs have to go down the side of the building? So we really want to send a message by the placement of this lift at the front. We want to welcome people. We want it to be clear that's our intention, and there's an easy route into the building. So if we go to the next slide. So in looking at ways to make the building both sort of more user-friendly and more inclusive, improving the access, our proposal is actually quite simple, as I say. Currently, there is no level access. Even the lift itself down the side, by the way, has a step, so we have to fetch a temporary ramp. But there is a way that we've seen, and I am using my skills as an architect to some advantage. We can cut into the forecourt area. We can create a level route through off the pavement directly. There's then a particular kind of lift that I've investigated that we can put in place that will take you up to the main entrance level very quickly and very easily. And it's as simple as that. There's a further benefit actually that you can see that the steps are rebuilt as well, and that helps visually impaired people too. It's a side benefit really, but it is worth mentioning that at the moment the steps are separated into different groups, and I know that that isn't ideal. So having a single flight of steps at each door will actually be a benefit there as well. And furthermore, we can build them to current standards, which will be more accessible to anyone with any ambulant mobility issues. And I will stop there and allow Q&A from here.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Maya. Judges, some questions.
Obviously, this project is going to need more than the amount that but I don't know what we're calling it. The sum of funds.
Funding. Yeah.
Yeah. So how are you kind of going to raise the rest of the money?
It's a good question. We have, I don't know if you're aware, we've already got a program of refurbishment that we've been looking at, and we've basically been going through a sort of match funding, how can I put it, sort of ambition that we're doing all sorts of things. We've had one of our members has been cycling all over London during the lockdown, cycling to every progressive shul in London, which was brilliant, and got sponsorship for that. So we that's just one example, but we have all sorts of ideas of how we can pull together as a community and actually use it to sort of bring the community together in terms of its efforts, because this is for everyone. In fact, this isn't just for our community, this is for going to the wider communities. You saw in some of the images, we have great relations with other faiths in Lambeth. We host different groups at our building. We have the Congolese support group with a number of old members, etc., coming in. So in terms of funding, go back to that point, we need to work on it, how we're going to raise the money. You're quite right, £3,000 is not going to do it, but it certainly will get us going. It would be about 20% of the cost of the lift, and then some attendant building works would be required as well. So it's a really good start, and it will help us to promote it within the community as well. Once people see that it's happening and we've got some funding, I think they'll join in.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. The other thing I think we didn't necessarily mention is that which was in the original application, is that we're even seeing the lifts as a two-phase project. So there's the front lift that we really want to focus on, because that's the initial entrance to the building. Then obviously the second phase will be replacing the existing lift. But yes, we recognize it's a big challenge. This gives us a good start.
I'll also just add, this adds a little resilience, if I can just add that in as well. At the moment, the lift, as it is in its last stages, it's from the 1970s, and you have a cage to open and close, etc. If that lift breaks down, there's no way for anybody to get in the building that has any kind of mobility issue. So we really want to have this as a resilient, robust approach, that we can have this lift, we can keep the other one as a backup, but it allows the access to always be there.
Thank you, James. Owen.
Yeah, I just want to say I really do thank you for this bid, because it really does start the conversation in our communities, start thinking about how accessible are our buildings, because it really is an issue. So thank you so much for it. It's lovely.
Thank you so much. Oh, sorry, Sarah, please.
I was just going to say, I think the message about the importance of matching our physical spaces and our messages of welcome and inclusion, because for so many of our buildings there is a mismatch between those two ideas, and it's how people feel as they approach a building is key to how they develop their sense of belonging within the building and within the community.
Much. Thank you so much. What I want to do is I want to say goodbye to South London. Thank you very much. I don't want, judges, for you to give us any indication about who's going to, whether this moment has changed your minds, what's going to happen, what is going to happen for those people at home. So our judges are going to go away, and during the final session, which is coming up any moment now, during that we will bring Owen back on to make an announcement about where that funding's going. But I just want to give you, we've got a few minutes to just give us a thought about why has this been important to you, something that came up during, just a thought that you'd like to leave us with before you enter your dark room of deliberations.
Let's go
to Kate first, and then we'll go around the opposite way to you did your introductions.
Okay, so I think one of the things that stood out for me was, as a young person that was very much a part of my community at the time, up until I was about 16, there was very little visibility for me within the curriculum. There were perhaps some queer, I had a gay rabbi, there were perhaps some queer people, there were no trans people that I was aware of who were leading the community. There was no real discussion around the different types of Jews that exist in the world. And I feel like if you want to retain the young community within Liberal Judaism and within your spaces, to actually for them to last, that is so important. And obviously we need to service anyone that has access needs, and all of those things are also very important. But you need a congregation to start with. So some of the things that I saw reading through a lot of the materials was like, there's now more of an awareness of the fact that there's a gap, especially for new generations, millennials, Gen Z. How are you going to tell them that these spaces are radical? These spaces are spaces where they can have these conversations that they're having with their friends, and how important that is. And obviously seeing lots of the applications that didn't get spoken about today. There were lots of people who wanted to pay for equipment for Zooms and conferencing so they could have accessible communities, which we realise now is a fundamental, regardless of whether we're in a COVID world or not. We all identified as a group how important, as a fundamental, it will be to have digital access to services for anyone who can't be present for whatever reason in the shul. So I think we all recognise that was something that everybody needed, and of course we can't fund those projects, and we didn't bring them forward to this point because we felt like that was a universal need. You're muted, Charlie.
You can see by my passionate move and my arms that I think I wanted to say thank you, Kate, for being with us, for us getting you back in the room. And I really hope that this is the first of more times that we hear that voice, because it's so important for us. So thank you. Owen, some final thoughts for us.
Well, basically, I think we've really got to be brave, we've got to be daring, we've got to take a risk. And I'm really so conscious, for me, one of the great successes of Biennial 2021 was all the input from the younger people, not because they were young, but they really demonstrated an absolutely superb understanding of inclusion and all it meant, and their understanding that they don't have the answer for everything. And that's what I'm really excited about. And it's really, really great. So we've got to take risks.
Thank you, Owen. I think we're all leaving this conference with the sense that there is so much we don't know, but we really, really want to keep learning. Thank you, Owen. Sarah.
I think one of the things that came up to us as judges really strongly is the importance and the passion for inclusion. But we became very aware that we have 3 congregations we need to serve. The ones we currently have, the ones we will have in the future, which we can predict as our children get older and as our older community get older. But what we really need to make ourselves inclusive, and I think that came out really strongly through these projects, is about the congregations we don't yet know we could have, and about making our spaces and our language inclusive and welcoming so that those congregations join us and can be part of our future.
I mean, I can't add to that. Thank you, panel. We look forward to hearing from your answer, and thank all of you so much for being with us. And so, friends, we really are coming to the final bit of our weekend conference, our weekend together, and to take us into that final bit. I mean, there's not really a better place to be finishing off, but with the idea of legacy and Lily's legacy. And so I want to invite Sean, LJ's Heritage Project Manager, and with him, Tamara. Thank you so much for ending for being patient and sitting in this slot, but it really is an important slot in the conference, to tell us a little bit about this lower stage in the Lily's Legacy project.
Oh, it isn't the last. No. We're just getting started. So some of you may remember last year's amazing launch of the Lily's Legacy Project exhibition at last year's biennial, which is funny in itself, as we know. But for those of you who are new to this or have just zoomed in this year, so the Lily's Legacy Project is Liberal Judaism's landmark heritage project, which is supported by the National Lottery Heritage Fund. So thank you very much to our funders. It is documenting Liberal Judaism radical history and heritage, and it is inspired by our founder, Lily Montagu, and the 3 M's. So Lily Montagu, of course, had very much a vision that around equality and change, and this is still visible, and she has definitely broken down some walls. And so this is the back idea of the the next stage that we're launching in the Lily's Legacy project, which is the education toolkit. We've been working now for a while on a wonderful education toolkit for schools and Chederim, that we hope you'll use and share really widely. And today, nobody's seen it outside the team. So today is the grand day, and we hopefully will be posting, I don't know how to post the link in a moment that you can all see it, but we'll be doing that. But before that, I'd like to introduce you to somebody who's been really the key person around producing and designing this wonderful and groundbreaking toolkit, which is Tamara Barnett. But before I do that, I not to forget, want to thank everyone. I mean, this has been a wonderful biennial. It's been so great, so inspiring, lots of food for thought. I'm really honored that we're able to launch this toolkit now and today. And thank you, Charley. And I also want to thank the Youth Advisory Group, and Tamara will be telling you more about it, how we've been working together, including lots of stakeholders from LGY-NET. It's been such an amazing journey to work with young and very young people as well, as Tamara will be telling you in a moment. And also thank you to Jason Brown, who created together with LGY-NET last year a wonderful illustration, a very short illustration about the life of Lily and the founding Liberal Judaism, which you will find also used in the education pack. And we'll have some great ideas also how to extend that and work more with illustration, which I think is a fantastic idea. And of course, I want to thank everyone else who's contributed to the production and design of this toolkit. And again, I really want to thank again for the National Lottery Heritage Fund for the generous grant to enable all this work. But now, without further ado, I want to introduce you to the wonderful Tamara Barnett, who is a freelance a heritage educator, specialist in teaching and learning about the Holocaust and Judaism. It's been such a pleasure to work with you. And again, obviously, for those of you, just my last thing, we want to explore the exhibition that we launched last year. It's online and it's a fantastic archive for Liberal Judaism as well. It's lilieslegacyproject.com, lilieslegacyproject.com. If somehow we can get this in the chat, that would be amazing. Please explore, and then there will be also the link, the direct link to our education toolkit, which we'll be launching this very second. There will be later on a dedicated education hub on our lilieslegacyproject.com website, but for now we're just launching it on a page, on a post. So bear with us, and if there's any issues with downloading or viewing the kit, please email me or us or Liberal Judaism, and we'll help you out. We definitely want you to have this wonderful toolkit to use. And over now to Tamara. Thanks, Tamara. It's been amazing, this journey, and happy launch.
Thank you, Sean. First of all, it's been absolutely wonderful working for Liberal Judaism. I've been a member for many years, and it's so lovely to actually give something back. Lily's Legacy has been a project really close to my heart, even though I have to admit I didn't know much about it before I started. But when I got the gig, so to say, to develop it, I immersed myself in all the materials, and I was just so impressed with what was produced in such a short space of time, including going through a pandemic. So in a way, the material was already there. It was just for me to streamline it and to make it accessible to younger audiences. And I think it's really important to make sure that her story, that Lily's story and what she stands for and what Liberal Judaism stands for is actually taught to everybody, not just Liberal Jews, but Cheders, schools, anyone. Because what I found out when I was piloting from the beginning of the development, we've been working with young people, Jewish people and non-Jewish people, and I did that on purpose because I wanted to see how relevant it could be outside our little bubble. And also I felt, you know, Lily wanted to open up to other communities too, and I think it's really important to show that you're open and that you're ready to listen and learn from others as well. Now, the first stage was to set up a sort of a working working group, and these were children aged between 7 and 17. We did a survey monkey where we sort of tried to gauge what they already knew, and some really interesting debates came from that. Then we had a pilot where I started showing what I was already doing, what I was creating, and if the person who's doing the slides, if you can just move the slides to the next slide. And they felt it was really important to know what they were learning. So the first thing we did was to get learning objectives. What actually are you going to learn? So learn about the history, about the religion, and about social action and justice. Those were the 3 themes that really came to life. And the education toolkit is based around these 3 themes, and practitioners, whoever is working with it, can pick and choose their extension activities if you feel that the ones that I've offered are either not suitable. So there is a choice. But really it is about learning about the history, learning about how Lily managed to get all this across. Even though, you know, she was a woman and in those days it was very difficult, working towards the differences, what was changed within Judaism, the religious education, and also how can we move forward? How can we be looking ahead, not just in our own community, but in the community outside ourselves? I really just go and explore. Within the PowerPoint, there are 3 films that I cut, which uses the visual history archive that was collected from Lily's legacy. So again, it is a resource that is told by the people for everybody else. Any questions and feedback is really, really very welcomed. And anything else, just get into touch with Liberal Judaism and they will forward it to me. So thank you very, very much. I've really enjoyed working on it, and I can't wait for it to see it in action.
Thank you so much, Tamara. That was absolutely fascinating. And I know those of us that also have heard the Lily Legacies team present over the last years that we're really excited to know how we can use it in our communities. We're putting, as you will see underneath, the link to how you can access the toolkit, and please share that with anybody in your communities that you think will make sure that it gets out there and it's used as widely as possible. And I know that Sean and Tamara would really, really love to hear from you. So if you do have feedback, things that are working great, even things that aren't, they really do want to hear from you, but they would love to see, but we'd love at LJ to see pictures of you using it, of stories of how it's been working for you. So please, 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 let's get this out there and spread the news of the Lily's Legacy Toolkit. Thank you very much, both of you. And we're now going to welcome into our virtual studio Chair of Liberal Judaism, Ruth Seeger. Ruth, good afternoon.
Lovely to see you. Nice to be back. Hi.
Hi, Ruth. Thank you so much. So you've got 2 jobs for us this afternoon. So I'm just going to hand straight over to you.
Okay. If I go over, tell me. Right. Well, the first one is the Chair's Award for 2021. And obviously, this is the first time I've ever done that. So it is a privilege to present the Chair's Award. And these celebrate the contribution of volunteers in our communities. We didn't have one last conference, and people have been asking for it to see its return. Now, this past year, we've needed our volunteers more than ever, perhaps. But actually, throughout our history, Judaism has only survived and thrived because of them. Those who give their time, skills, material resources, and goodwill to the benefit of our communities for the most altruistic of reasons. And they do things that need to be done. And if they get something back, and I think most do, then that's just a bonus. So these awards, for those who've won, are a token of your community's appreciation. And I pass on their thanks to you, as well as adding my own. There are 7 awards, and I'll describe the people who have received them. The first one is John Burden. He's a very important and valued member of Beit Klal Yisrael for well over 25 years. He's been treasurer and secretary and their representative in dealing with burial society matters. He's led Shabbat services and the secular Saturday morning sessions. He's done the bookings and the schlepping for the High Holy Days and assisted rabbis who've led his services to make sure everything goes to plan. He attends nearly every service and activity and is always there to open up, set up the room, clear up, lock up, and make sure everything runs smoothly. He is sensitive and welcoming to the needs of visitors and new members who have quite frequently been detached from their Jewish roots, as well as people who are new to Liberal Judaism. In short, and this is what his community said, John is a principled man of integrity and also has a much needed sense of humour. In a nutshell, John, BKY love you. The next award goes to Rosa Slater. She's from FPS, but she's an LJY worker, was an LJY worker. Now, Rosa was amazing during the lockdown period. She agreed to hold the fort while her colleagues were on furlough, and she kept working for the sake of continuity rather than showing the furlough. She put together a full online program for the movement and created an online camp from nothing. She almost single-handedly kept LJY going, giving a place for all the Bogrim to get support and from the Hanachim to come and engage. Rosa, you have truly gone above and beyond what could have been expected of you. Well done. The third award goes to Mike Harris of Nottingham Liberal Synagogue. There's kind of two sections to this. What Mike does for the whole community, he's been largely responsible for allowing his community to carry on and to flourish through Zoom services and all sorts of events, with the result that more people than ever now engage and get to know each other during what have been lonely times for many of us. He has a focused and energetic dedication to learning and training others to host Zooms nearly every day. And he used to go into the synagogue day or night to install or test to ensure that everything carried on. Now, the person who's nominated him also has a personal thank you, which I'm going to read to you. Mike is a psychiatrist and saved my life in a very dramatic fashion when my cancer treatment was messed up and the situation became very urgent but static. The letters, emails and telephone calls that Mike produced like rapid fire unquestionably saved me from that horrific waiting room at his cancer gone too far. My son took courage from Mike's heavy artillery style and ingeniously located the two consultants who could fix the situation. One was on holiday in France and one in Italy. In spite of these efforts, when the consequences of the new and improved treatment plan were explained to me, I declined it. My husband and sons were lovingly helping me face that future, but Mike, well, he was having none of it. He persisted, and now I am alive and strong. Nearly all that was threatened as an after effect came to pass, and yet every day I joyfully, and that's the word, acknowledge that I'm alive. What a lovely story. The man's a mensch. Well deserved, Mike. The fourth award is to Craig Simmons from Kingston Liberal Synagogue. Well, I feel I see quite a lot, Craig. Often, I should rephrase that, but Craig turns up to things. He's there at Thursday Zooms. He's been here. He does a lot outside of Kingston, with LJ, a true team player, and he seems about the same within Kingston. He's been described as an excellent and exceptional chair. He listens to the congregation and also the rabbi and acts on all sorts of issues. And for the last year, they say, his workload has substantially increased and he has taken on so many tasks. in addition to his usual role as chair. Under the leadership of Craig, KLS has gone from strength to strength. They also thank Mary, Robert, Nathan and Alison, who played an important part and still doing KLS. I'm guessing they're your family. And it's summarised by, it says, KLS say, we are very lucky to have him. And they are. He's good in the community and he represents them well. Well done, Craig. The 5th award is for Sandra Webber, again from Kingston Liberal Synagogue. She's been a teacher at religion school for over 20 years. That's quite something. Organisational leader of, HMD workshops for schools. She's the creator and lead interviewer for Shabbat Island Discs, organiser of 2 community building mosaic projects, leading choir member for many years, a lay leader, a member of the school's visits team. And if that's not enough, she's student Rabbi Gabriel's mum. So, you sounds like Sandra is a real go-to person. Want something done on Sandra. They're lucky to have you, Sandra. The 6th award is a joint husband and wife team. Sam Borin, and I probably mispronounced that, my apologies, and Ruth Morris from York Liberal. Now, I've noticed recently how much I've heard about York, and I thought, that's funny, I don't remember, used to hear quite so much. All good, all good. So when York Liberal Jewish community was first started in 2014, there had been no Jewish community in York for 40 years, and it's got a bit of a history. They started holding monthly Shabbat morning services. But since August 2017, Sam and Ruth have provided and led regular monthly Friday night Shabbat services for the community, thus allowing a fortnightly rota of services. They are incredibly knowledgeable. They teach others in the community to be parts of the service. They read Torah. They prepare sermons and lead discussions, including an overnight Shavuot study session. They lead Simchat Torah, re-rolling, and they lead the community in Havdalah at the end of Yom Kippur and at other times. They are both part of the Services and Events Subcommittee. If that wasn't enough, Ruth also writes the regular Jews on the Ooze synagogue newsletter as part of the communications team. And Sam ensures that there's a link with the wider city so that the community is now an integral organising member of York's Holocaust Memorial annual events. He is also the community mole. And during the pandemic, they changed the community's fortnightly service, moving to a weekly service. So to provide spiritual and mental health support, there was a chat after the service over Zoom, and this was spread out to the community. And that year as well, they had a baby, Miriam, born in October 2020. So there is a huge thank you to Sam and Ruth from York Liberal Jewish community. Well done. Finally, I come to Josie Kinchin from Finchley. And our Josie, so fitting to receive this at a biennial when she has played such a part in building them. This is a bit of a lifetime award, Josie. During Josie's lifelong membership of Liberal Judaism, her commitment, involvement and contribution has been exceptional and unflagging. She has been assuming leadership roles and responsibilities. She was first a supervisor at Kadima. She continues to be a mainstay at Finchley Progressive, where she has served both as chair and honorary sec, although I'm told that to list that list gives no idea of the range and extent of her activities and contributions. She is a keen and regular participant of LJ Council. Josie has been involved in the organising committee for the LJ Biennial and Day of Celebration for a decade. I think I've done a couple with her. Together with Jane Greenfield, She coordinated all of the logistical arrangements for the conference and assumed responsibility for the running of the conference once it began. She has never been one to shy away from getting stuck into the unglamorous hard work and practicalities of ensuring that community life runs smoothly and efficiently and to her very high standards. She has an extraordinary capacity to grasp the big picture and translate it into effective practical action, thought through in every detail. At Finchley, she continues to assume responsibility for much of the administration services, and in particular at Afar and Bat Mitzvah. The next bit really impressed me. As an early adopter of computer technology and something of a technical wizard, in the last year, during lockdown at a time when she might reasonably be taking a less demanding role in the community, she once more stepped forward to become an advisor and supporter as the synagogue transferred its activities online. She's a regular Zoom host for services and events, welcoming participants, managing logistics, and ensuring that online events are secure, as well as providing beautiful versions of the weekly Torah and other visual elements. What can I say? The variety and richness of Josie's contribution to community life at Finchley Progressive Synagogue is unparalleled, and they say that they simply would not function at the same level without her. Well done, Josie, so well deserved. Now, I think Charley is going to send certificates to you.
I am,
yeah?
Absolutely.
Shall I carry on with my thank yous? Okay.
Yes, do.
Right. This has been a wonderful, expertly crafted and balanced conference. We've had 2 beautiful communal services. We've heard stories, discussion, and we've heard music. We've studied Torah and more. We've been stretched intellectually and challenged by some of what we have heard. We've heard lovely singing. We've sung ourselves, and we're going to do a bit more. And there have been games and a quiz. Last year, we couldn't have the conference in the hotel, but we managed online to some of our surprise, but we really did manage online. But this year, it was different. This year, we took full advantage of the opportunities of being online to create something that was special and inclusive. Surely, this is liberal Judaism at its best. I am enormously proud, and I have a number of people to thank on your behalf. The conference committee who planned this conference, led by the co-chairs Owen Power and Rabbi Lea Jordan. Thank you. The Liberal Judaism staff who supported the work, and particularly Tom Rich, the events and fundraising manager, and Rabbi Charley Baginskydiscussing, our Chief Executive Officer. She's always there, always doing so much. Charley, you're a marvel. The tech team, who have, through their skill, effectively removed the barrier of the online situation, and thus enables us all to really feel that we are in the conference, we're really there. The presenters, panel members, and chairs who did us so proud, and all of you who've joined in and participated so productively and made this a biennial conference that we will all remember. Thank you all. I will hand over to Rabbis Charley and Lea in just a moment. But before I do, if I can just make one further ask for money. The conference cost a bit to put on, and if you could make a donation, we'd really be very grateful. There is a donate button on our website. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. Now I hand over to Rabbis Charley and Lea.
Thank you, Ruth, very much. And for the very important reminder that we really do need your donations. Please head over, not yet, once the conference is finished, and make a donation to Liberal Judaism. Thank you very much. And I want to hand over to Rabbi Lea Jordan and to Owen Power, our incredible program conference organizers. You've done such a phenomenal job, both of you. Thank you so, so much.
Thank you so much, Charlie. I'm glad I'm here with you, Owen. I'm so glad it's just that we get to chat, just the two of us. I'm so curious how are you feeling right now, and what have been some of your highlights of conference?
Oh, we've had so many highlights. It's been absolutely superb. And as I said earlier, I think one of the great bits was seeing all the young people getting involved. And I was particularly taken by your session that you led this morning at 10:30. That was absolutely superb, because all of the participants were really working hard to really understand inclusion. And they know there was an element of realism about how much is to be done still, which was really encouraging. So it's been absolutely great. Oh, there's been so many wonderful things. Just one thing after the other that I'm nearly turning into a zombie now. So over Zooming, but it's been absolutely great. But one of the things I want to single out, and that is in the spirit of working with young people, I found working with you an absolute joy. It was absolutely great. Now, thank you for all you've done.
Same back at you, Owen. It seems like we're doing a love fest for the crowd, but we are like this also on our biennial team. I've just had a wonderful time doing this with you. I feel like we came together on a vision with the rest of team, and I had a great time working with you. I think you were always incredibly energetic and sunny, even though maybe things were going wrong behind the scenes. You brought that that energy to everything, and that is not to be underestimated. When sometimes, every once in a while, behind the scenes, the wheels would come off. So it was really wonderful. I'm really glad I said yes to doing this, and that you were my co-chair. I'm very glad, and I learned a lot. I learned a lot from you and from the rest of the team and from all of our speakers. This question, I leave this conference with more questions than answers, which I think was what I expected. And I just feel like I've broadened my vision by listening to everybody about what's out there and what are the possibilities. And I'm leaving, yes, as you said, a bit Zoom exhausted, but actually very excited for the future of the movement and what we can do. I really hope, we're going to put this into practice and take the learnings that we've taken from this weekend away with us. Yeah.
We certainly will, because I really can assure you that I'm really pleased to say that Bono is determined to push inclusion, and I think that's important.
Absolutely. I wanted to think a little bit more about if there were any other particular takeaways that especially hit you. Is there something you're sitting with, Owen, that's like, I don't know, just like a nitty gritty bit that you're just going to take away and ruminate on? I was wondering if there was anything that you're especially sitting with.
Well, I'm particularly going to focus on the younger people. And it's really that I really think is important, because education is the issue. And that's really my thing from now on, I think. I really got to push the importance of education and Heder, etc. What about yourself?
I think what I will take away is that I was moderating a panel, and I asked a question that was personal, and I actually learned something from one of the panelists. It was just a question about how do you make multi-generational spaces, and I threw it out there. And then literally in the room was someone that had been some of the work that they had done, and it was Dex Grodner, and they said, a way to do this is to acknowledge history and to bring your elders forward and to have them teach you about the history of these spaces that you're building and about what they have done. And I just thought, so the human resources here in this room on this weekend, like, let's not say we don't know how to do this or who to ask. Let's go out and listen and ask and find out how we do this. And I'm sitting with that I had a moment where there was advice right there, and I felt like that, and I learned from that. So that's what I'll take away. I think they're going to want us to hand over in a moment. So I think, Owen, you have an announcement to make, a particular announcement.
I do indeed. What I want to talk to you or announce is the outcome of the inclusion project, because that to me was my personal highlight for the last few weeks, because it's really, really important for the conversation to start about how can we make all our communities inclusive. And it's really good if we can work together. Now, the three of us that are the judges got together to look at the bids, and I'm delighted to say we absolutely bonded and gelled immediately, and we were on the same page. So there was no division, and to us there was a clear winner, because we were taken by the bravery of the bid, the intensity, the energy. So without another word, I could say the organisation that wins the award is Kehillah.
Well, I feel like an incredibly biased person right now. I'm sitting here wearing one of my many hats as Rabbi of Kehillah. And so that really pleases me. I had nothing to do with the bid or anything, but I watched that from and supported Kehillah in doing that. I'm so excited that we're going to get to do that work. I'm so excited that you have granted us that, and I wanted to thank all the judges on behalf of Kehillah. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I really must stress, though, that the other bids really offered something about everything. And we were particularly taken by South London because of the thoughts put into it and over the issues of buildings being accessible. And of course, Birmingham was really, really important as well, and Finchley. But there had to be a winner, and we really were taken by the bravery of Kehillah. Okay.
Thanks, Owen. I learned a lot from all the presentations myself. Thank you so much. I think we're now going to pass over the both of us as co-chairs to Rabbi Richard Jacoby, who's going to share a thought with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you both. And as someone who also shares a joy and a challenge in inclusion, that message from Owen was wonderful to hear. This is a little bit of a hangover from Shabbat yesterday, when we were also running late, but I had a thought, not my own, but I'll introduce it. I want to challenge in a way, the wording of the biennial title. Breaking down walls can be a violent act, such as that of a demolition gang. Such an approach is surely warranted only when we are sure, A, that the walls are an equivalent to the Berlin Wall erected for unholy purposes, and B, that the breaking down will not, in and of itself, cause harm to people or the environment. In my career before the rabbinate, and such things did exist, one key learning was that it is easier to be a demolition gang than a construction team. We in Liberal Judaism affirm that we don't take the easy route, so we need to strive to form construction teams across time and boundaries. We need to pick up the baton from Lily Montague, Claude Montefiore, previously passed to rabbis including John Rayner, David Goldberg, my father Harry Jacoby, lay leaders such as Rosita Rosenberg, Renee Chapman, Henry Conn, and so many others. Speakers we have heard, chat comments we have read have all informed many of the challenges ahead of us. So perhaps words from my father, preached on Shabbat Matot at Finchley in 1992, might be helpful. And although his choice of words might not be ours today, his words that are taken over all seem very timely. He said, "We should certainly be chalutzim, pioneers, in our willingness and readiness to come to the aid of our brothers and sisters in need. We should also be chalutzim in our willingness and readiness to fight against the forces in our day and age which are opposed to our ideas and civilization. the violence, the intolerance, the greed, the dishonesty, the inequalities. But we can only do so adequately and effectively if we take note of the implications for us of two additional words in the Torah. Numbers chapter 32 verse 21 reads, Va'ava kol chalutz lifnei Adonai, and every chalutz, every pioneer of you shall go on before the Eternal One. What is the meaning of lifnei Adonai, before the Eternal One? The implication for us is clear. Surely we should be chalutzim, ready for battle if necessary, prepared to fight for a good and worthy cause. But unless we do so, lifnei Adonai, as people of the Eternal One, proud, conscientious, dedicated Jews, inspired and guided by our Torah's teachings of peace, as well as radical change, then we shall neither prevail nor succeed. So let us, as we conclude our biennial, be chalutzim lifnei Adonai. Thank you very much, and I shall be handing on to Mish, who is going to teach and then introduce the beginning of the closing activities.
Thank you, Rabbi Richard. Hello, everyone. So I've had the pleasure in the past month of meeting many music leaders from our communities, and we learned a song together in order to share it together at Biennial. And I know that those music leaders then taught it to their communities. And at the very end of all of this closing ceremony, we'll be able to see the video and sing along with the music leaders from all our different communities who add such ruach to our prayer, such spirit to everything they do. So in this 3-minute teach, the rest of us are going to learn this song. This is a version of Hinei Matov by Alana Arian, a composer and songwriter in the States. Hinei Matov Umanayim. So the way this is going to work is that all of you on Zoom can join in and sing as a bit of an echo. Here it goes. Hinei Matov Umanayim. Once more, here you go. Hinei Matov Umanayim. My turn. Shevet Achim Gam Yachad. You try that. Shevet Achim Gam Yachad. And then Hinei Matov Umanayim. Shevet Achim Gam Yachad. Let's put it together. This is like the quickest teach ever of this song. Hinei Matov Umanayim. Shevet Achim Gam Yachad. Hinei Matov Umanayim. Shevet Achim Gam Yachad. Once more. Hinei Matov. There's your opportunity to clap. Hinei Matov Umanayim. Shevet Achim Gam Yachad. Hinei Matov Umanayim. Shevet Achim Gam Yachad. How good it is, how good it is, how sweet it is, how sweet it is to be together on this day. How good it is, how good it is, how sweet it is, how sweet it is to be together on this day. Hinei Matov Umanayim. Shevet Achim Gam Yachad. You've got it now. Hinei Matov Umanayim. Shevet Achim Gam Yachad. Last time, how good it is. How good it is. How good it is. How sweet it is. How sweet it is to be together on this day. How good it is, how good it is, how sweet it is, how sweet it is to be together on this day. Hine ma tov u'manayim shevet achim gam yachad. Hine ma tov u'manayim shevet achim gam yachad. So now you know as much of the song as we know, and when we get to the end of our celebration and the end of this conference, we can join in with the video together and sing it together. I believe I now hand over to Rabbi Andrew.
Yes, certainly. The sun's coming out after a bit of a rainy and cloudy day, but I'm sure we're all going to leave this conference with feeling much lighter and feeling much good, and maybe a bit tired, but a wonderful conference. 48 long hours ago, at the start of this conference, Rabbi Charley Baginskydiscussing sort of dedicated it to 3 individuals who contributed so much to our movement over decades. But I think maybe I should also remind you that during the past year, Rabbi Baginskydiscussing has been appointed our chief executive, and we should mark this occasion by welcoming her and congratulating on the first of many years' work, I am sure. She's surely hit the ground running. That's if you can run on Zoom. As we welcomed Charley, we also said a sad farewell, of course, to Rosita. And I don't think any conference can close without a mention of Rosita, who organized so many and was such a strength in so many ways to our liberal Judaism. But we also say farewell, but in a different way. First of all, to Elli Sarah, as the rabbi of one of our historic congregations for, is it over 20 years? I'm fairly certain that although she's retiring, Elli will still make her unique contributions to our movement through her work in liturgy and, well, in so many other ways. And so I've been asked to move on to Rabbi Pete Tobias, who I've known for almost 50 years. He first appeared in my life as a young rebel at Kadima Summer School that Sharon and I founded 50 years ago. Even as a boy, in his very first year, Pete was creative, hyperactive, supportive, and, well, exciting.
Annoying.
Yes. And over the years, he's moved on and he became our most trusty supervisor, a fellow educator, a sinistral guitar song leader, and surprise, surprise, to him at least, becoming a rabbi, serving first Birmingham and latterly the Liberal Synagogue at Elstree. And we forgive him for abandoning our movement for a short while. He spent a few years at Glasgow Reform Synagogue, but we'll forget that one. But back to the beginning. He began the custom of ending our summer school with a humorous song, O Kadima, O Kadima, O Kadima Summer School. But more than that, he would highlight the main events of that year's school. And these past few biennials, he has done the same for the movement. And I believe he's going to do so in a moment. And we wish him well in the next chapter of his career in Southern California, where I'm sure his relaxed style will go down well, and his Judaism with a humorous face will be much appreciated. But before unleashing him on the conference, I've also been asked to say a blessing. Normally, it would be to wish you a safe journey home, but I suspect you're not going anywhere, except maybe into a different room. But still, I can use those ancient words. Adonai oz le'amo yitain, Adonai yevarech et amo v'shalom. May God bless the work and memories and effects this conference has has brought to you and to Liberal Judaism. And may God bless our movement and our members with success and health and shalom. And so, Pete, take it away.
Well, I'd rather take it. You stay there, please, young man, because as I have been saying in many different places in recent times, and even not so recent times, you are entirely to blame for my career and its direction, and you have my mother to answer to, but that's another story. It's a journey, and the next stage, as you've said, is across the Atlantic to meet my new granddaughter and watch my grandchildren growing up, which will be hopefully a wonderful experience. And as luck would have it, there's a Reform community in the same town that they live in that hasn't got a rabbi, and I'm actually engaged in a meeting with the key members of that community right now on my other computer just to my left. But I just wanted to say it's been the liberal biennials have been, I think, the best bit. Just that sense of community, of family, of all those liberal Jews together in one place. Obviously, we've only been able to do it virtually in the last couple of years, but I think that the atmosphere is still there nevertheless. And I suppose, and I'm initially, I think people were a bit anxious that I was a bit of a joker as a rabbi. And my grandfather, who actually was one of the founder members of Wembley Liberal Synagogue, believe it or not, said to me when I was thinking of becoming a rabbi, he said, "No, you're not serious enough." And he's probably, maybe he's right. But what I've learned, I think, is that sometimes we take ourselves a bit too seriously. And if one of the various things that religion can bring to people's lives, and I think one of the things that maybe we've been overlooking in the whole world in the last year is joy. Okay, one of the functions of religion is to bring joy. The celebrations that used to take place in Jerusalem were the most joyful occasions you could imagine, when that temple stood and when people danced up the hills singing their psalms to go. So I'm quite happy with that moniker of the humorous rabbi. I'm happy to take it with me to America and also maybe leave a bit of it here. And so thank you to everyone who I've met on the way. It sounds a bit pathetic, this. I'm sure I'll be back. Maybe even get invited back.
Sure you will.
Maybe invited back to a real live biennial one day. But in the meantime, over to Mr. Tom Rich, who has a recording of a song, because I didn't fancy doing it live. So this was done a couple of days ago, but it's in the mold of end of biennial songs. And this is a kind of a tribute to Liberal Judaism. And thank you.
So, this is my tribute to Liberal Judaism. A long, long time ago, Lily met with Claude, then they invited Israel. And we all owe so much to them, our legendary dear 3Ms, and so many other fine teachers as well. Rabbis Rainer, Brichto and Neuberger, Goldberg, Jacobi and further lay leaders and mention, just too many to mention. But together they have all combined to make Judaism wise and kind, just waiting for us all to find, 'cause LJ is the way. So bye bye my united rabbi, your mechitzah's blown to bits and we can sit where we like. It's for us to decide if Torah came from Sinai. Liberal Judaism makes it all right. Liberal Judaism makes it all right. Did you like service of the heart and worship where you can take part? Ignore the Bible's dodgy bits. Now do you believe prove that God's not male, that sacrifice is beyond the pale, and we all want a Judaism that fits, that is really divine inspiration, that gives progressive revelation and cash roots up to us. It's just not worth the fuss, and the existence of God we can debate. We put lots of things on the Seder plate. We know liberal Judaism's great, 'cause LJ is the way. And we're all singing, bye, bye, my united rabbi. Your mechitzah's blown to bits and we can sit where we like. So for us to decide if Torah came from Sinai, liberal Judaism makes it all right. Liberal Judaism makes it all right. At the Biennial, loads of Jews asked me for some happy news, and I said I was on my way. After 30 years my time was done. I'd learned, I'd taught, I'd preached, I'd sung, and now I'm off to California. One thing I can say for certain, as I bring down my LJ curtain, is what got me to the Bima was the time spent at Kadima, biennials and committees, and what really meant the most to me, being part of the LJ family, 'cause LJ is the way. So bye bye my united rabbi, your mechitzah's blown to bits and we can sit where we like. It's for us to decide if Torah came from Sinai. Liberal Judaism makes it all right. Liberal Judaism makes it all right. Bye bye my united rabbi, your mechitzah's blown to bits and we can sit where we like. It's for us to decide if Torah came from Sinai, 'cause liberal Judaism makes it all right.
To be together on this day.